Chapter 553 The Origin Talisman. His true Tao is creation. He created a sword of annihilation to defeat Su Shi. So he's a Tao overlord like you? Oddly no. I can't sense the aura of an overlord from him. So did he fail the test and use some method to weaken or restrict his Tao? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as the power of fate flashed across them. It seems that he did not have to take the trial. That does not make sense from what we know about outlaw Daos, especially supreme outlaws, Li Jun said. I'm aware of this. However, I cannot sense the aura of a person who had to take the test. So this situation could mean three things. He eliminated that aura, I could not sense it, or his parents found a way to allow him to use a supreme outlaw without the trial. But is such a thing possible? I don't know, replied Wang Wei. If it is, they must have paid a severe price. Even if they were pseudo-eternal emperor. When it comes to the supreme outlaw trial, he did not think an eternal emperor could intervene without paying the price. Otherwise, Tion's status in ancient times should grant him the help of a few eternal emperors, ensuring he passed the trial if it was no trouble for them. Moreover, he was 90% sure Chu Luo's Tao had some restrictions, and wanted the deceiving heaven longevity art to fix the problem. So, what's the plan? Do you think you can defeat him? Or do you want me to test his strength for you? Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look. He could tell he got a little cocky after achieving a Jade soul quality. You saw that attack. Use the dream art to see if you can survive it. Li Jun closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening his eyes with a wry smile. He did not say anything else, so Wang Wei patted his shoulder. In front of the pagoda, not far from Wang Wei, Tong Ruobing also watched the battle. This level of power has reached the immortal venerable level. And if I'm not mistaken, Wang Wei also has this power level. She frowned as she thought deeply. My transformation is not finished, and it won't be anything soon. As such, I cannot achieve such level of battle prowess. She concluded that this inheritance would not fall into her hands. So she needed to think of ways to benefit from this trial. Destiny. All these heaven-chosens are people with ample destiny. By defeating them, I could increase thus improving my chances of becoming an eternal emperor. So she inspected the seated players, searching for an opponent. She ignored the first two before gazing at Ji Lanfang. I need a special trump card to defeat him. Then she looked at the others, focusing on Mu Lei. Without much hesitation, she walked to him with a gentle smile. What a beautiful woman, muttered Mu Lei before fixing his clothes. Young Lady Tong, my name is Mu Lei, and it is an honor to meet you. Tong Ruobing placed her delicate hand over her mouth before giggling with her angelic voice. I am flattered, young Master Mu. However, I've come here for a challenge. Tong Ruobing had to admit that Mu Lei would make a great Tao partner. Although he was not handsome compared to most cultivators, he had a manly aura emanating from his body that was quite charming. He was talented, powerful, had a high background, and more importantly, he was from another world community, so they would not have to worry about competing for the Heaven Will L. Nevertheless, she did not come here for romance. I accept your challenge. However, young Lady Tong, I won't go easy on you because I found you more beautiful than the noblest of immoral from the 9 heavens. Your words make me blush. Nevertheless, I won't accept it any other way. Then the two flew into the sky, standing a few meters from each other. Tong Ruobing waved her hands, and numerous yellow papers with runes surrounded her enemy. Tong Ruobing did not believe in prolonged battles, and liked to use the quickest and most efficient way to defeat an opponent. So she did not hold back and employed 90% of her strength in that attack. Although she knew this would reveal her information to that person, she also understood it was only a matter of time before he figured things out. Hellfire Talisman. Thousands of black flames came from the papers to destroy Mu Lei's body and soul. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored the attack and punched forward. Vibration Punch. A terrifying vibration from his hand rushed toward his opponent. Tong Ruobing rapidly activated a defense talisman, and redirecting talisman to protect herself. And she succeeded. Meanwhile, Mu Lei frowned slightly as he discovered something. The small world or dimension the trial took place did not have any laws. It was simply a large space with an artificially created environment. Usually this would not have an impact on most participants. They have something similar to law seeds inside their bodies or domains that allows them to use their laws anywhere, with some having to adapt. And for some, their laws have evolved into daos, meaning the constraints of the worlds no longer bind them. They can use their laws anywhere they see fit, for example, the endless void, and not have many problems or restraints. However, he was different. As a true power Tao cultivator and one that cultivates the star Biasi system, the issue of law was more delicate for him. The star beast system absorbs all kinds of laws to grow their bodies or fight. However, he cannot do that. Muley then invented a way for his fleshly body to use law resonance. But he could not use this method since the trial space had no laws, so his power was significantly reduced. Tong Ruobing faced a similar dilemma. The Tao of Talisman relies heavily on the law resonance. If she wanted to instantly create certain talismans related to powerful Taos that are most like outlaws, she needed to use law resonance. Regrettably, she cannot do that in the current environment. Her talisman laws only allowed her to create certain talismans. And even when her laws evolve into Tao, she cannot completely get rid of law resonance. This is the advantage and disadvantage of Taos based on professions. Infinite explosion talisman boom. 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 An uncalculable amount of explosions occurred on Muley, burning his skin. However, he quickly healed the surface injury before rushing toward Tong Ruobing. He was so fast that he appeared as if he had teleported. However, she used a switching talisman that allowed her to switch places with any objects in her surrounding, even a single string of spiritual qi. Then she continued her bombardment. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wang Wei was secretly fuming. "What's wrong?" asked Li Jun, who could feel his mood change. "I know why she seems familiar. She's using the idea I gave Wu Ming back in the Spirit Road trial." "You mean your idea of turning the body into a talisman?" "She succeeded?" "Yes. And I can even sense a slight emperor aura on her body," meaning not only did she turn her body into a talisman and essentially change her physique, but she also managed to borrow some power from an emperor talisman. Wang Wei was mad not because Tong Ruobing was using his idea, but because he never actually thought of using it himself. After figuring out her secret, he immediately thought of using his acupoints to create a formation that is linked or can borrow the power of the sex turtle shell array, which might be the best defensive formation in the whole myriad emperor world. If Tong Ruobing succeeded in doing so, then she is quite talented, commented Li Jun, and Wang Wei agreed. Wu Ming had the idea, but based on their last meeting, he failed to borrow the power of Emperor Array. Although Wang Wei did not know how she succeeded, he knew how capable she was of accomplishing such a feat, and as he continued to watch the battle, he discovered more information. Tong Ruobing's soul had mutated and acquired properties of talismans. He could tell she achieved this result after the soul trial. He secretly shook his head before continuing to analyze the situation. Could it be the origin talisman? Talisman Ancestor created 12 ancestral talisman, and most cultivators considered them the peak of his achievement. However, the actual peak of his accomplishment was the origin talisman that he left for the Great Talisman City as an emperor artifact. The origin talisman is the most powerful talisman of the myriad emperor world, and the first emperor talisman created by someone in the origin system. The primary function of the talisman is its versatility. It can be used as any talisman. Attack talisman? The origin talisman can be used as such. What about a devour talisman? The origin talisman can also accomplish the task. There were even rumors that the origin talisman was connected to all the talismans created in the myriad emperor world, even the ones after the talisman ancestor disappeared. Many people do not believe this rumor because the talisman ancestor was only a pseudo-eternal emperor. However, Wang Wei would not be surprised if it was true. He would not even be surprised if these profession ancestors had the battle powers of eternal emperors, given how special many of them were, except for the array ancestor. Wang Wei began to pay more attention to the fight since something had changed. "No more playing around," said Muley as each of his pupils turned into 9 purple stars. Then his body grew to more than 1,000 kilometers. This was a small size for Muley, but the environment did not allow for a bigger size without complications. He turned into a dark light as he rushed toward her. His immense size did not diminish his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Boom! He punched her with his enormous hand. However, Muley saw a pink crystal appear on Tong Rubing's forehead, resulting in a sudden increase in her aura. The defensive talisman she created blocked his attack with relative ease. The Myriad Emperor Worlds Proving Dao Artifact. Chapter 554 Useless Plot? Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Limming528 for the gift. I have 2 extra chapters coming up, but you guys have to wait a couple of days because of my schedule. So we will go back to our regular 1-chapter release. Tong Ruobing did not hesitate to use her Proving Dao artifact to boost her talisman-making abilities and their overall strength. Finally, she took out a talisman from her space ring. Flesh Atomization Talisman. A brightening white light came from the talisman and enveloped Muley before he could react. Even the participants on the ground had to squint their eyes slightly as they gazed at the light. Once the light abated, Muley appeared with burn marks all over his body. However, he appeared intact overall, making Tong Ruobing frown. The Flesh Atomization Talisman was one of the masterpieces she created to fight against people with powerful fleshly bodies. So it should have atomized her opponent or, at the very least, severely injured him. However, he appeared to be only slightly injured. Tiny runes appeared in front of her eyes as she analyzed Muley's body, and a look of realization dawned on her. The star body of the Star Beast world is unique in that it cannot be instantly destroyed, at least in general. Any attacks that kill a Star Beast cultivator will instead decrease their size. In other words, if anyone wants to kill a cultivator in the Star Beast world, they must constantly kill and reduce their size until they are killed. As such, the bigger the opponent, the more lives they have. So, only attacks that can instantly destroy their entire body can kill them, and her talisman did not achieve that effect. Although Muley's current body looked intact, his real body was now several times smaller. Tong Ruobing quickly analyzed how to end this battle, as she could tell the longer it continued, the more dangerous the situation would be for her. She did not have an attack that could instantly annihilate her opponent. At least, not until she finished her transformation of binding with the Origin Talisman. So the only solution is to use a method that annuls healing or regeneration. Tong Ruobing waved her to create a talisman that manifested in the form of a spear. Then, with a flick of her hand, it flew incredibly fast toward Muley. At first, he did not care about such a measly attack, and planned to ignore it while continuing his assault. However, he suddenly sensed grave danger, and rapidly enacted a shield to protect him. Unfortunately, the spear penetrated his defense and went straight for his heart, only stopping 1 inch before piercing it. Muley had an ugly expression as he sensed a mysterious power on that spear. He knew that power would ignore his bonus ability and kill him, and there was nothing he could do about it. What power is this? Tong Ruobing smiled at him but did not explain, so Muley contacted his elder to ask. The Duyi realm. Is that a sign? He thought. As a person who follows a pure physical path without any genuine Dao of his own, Muley knew he would have to make a choice after acquiring the Heaven Will. The first choice is to comprehend the Grand Dao source of power, and prove the Dao using that method. The second choice is to use his Heaven Will, to go up a few layers in the true power Dao realm. If he chose that option, he could have the battle prowess of a great emperor of any class, even Eternal Emperor, based on his talent for fleshly body and how much he can make use of the Heaven Will. However, the downside is that he cannot open the gate with the Heaven Will, and he will only have 1 yuan epoch of lifespan. As such, he only has this time to continue cultivating and opening the gate of power. Muley could also become a Dao ancestor, and he would be an insurgent. With the infinite lifespan, he could continue walking the path of true power Dao until he opened that gate. The third option is to find a way around the Star Beast system and control law by another method. Muley had some ideas after interacting with other Heaven Chosens and learning about their system. He cannot control law with his soul since it is fused with his body. However, he could allow his body to create some energy/chi to control laws. With this method, he might enter the Duyi realm, and after acquiring the Heaven Will, Heavenly Dao will consider him a dual chi refiner and body cultivators. He can comprehend the grand Tao source of whatever laws he controls while also getting a slight boost in the true power Tao realm. It seems like the third option is the best for me. Mu Lei remembered his recent business partner, Wang Wei. He was also a dual qi refiner and body cultivator. Moreover, as the wonder of the heavy axe physique, he has some advantages. The law seed inside his body should prevent him from walking the true power Tao, but he was allowed an exception by heavenly Tao. He still could not control laws with his body. Thank you, young Lady Tong, for your benevolence. I owe you a great karma. You are welcome, replied Tong Ruobing with a smile. I could use this debt to my advantage, she thought. If I lose the Heavenwell battle, I could ask Mu Lei to cut off my karma for me to compete in the next generation. The only issue is whether he will prove the Tao in his world. Tong Ruobing was in a good mood after making a backup plan for herself and acquiring a decent amount of destiny. So she took Mu Lei's number 4 tokens and flew to the ground. She smiled and waved at Wang Wei, who ignored that shameless woman who stole his idea. How did she enter the Duyi realm? Li Jun asked with slight envy. She turned her divine sea into a world of talisman, Wang Wei replied. With his true vision and his recent power growth, he could see many things previously hidden. He could see many different runes inside her divine sea. Qi gathering talisman, Qi purification talisman, Qi controlling talisman, space expanding talisman, along with a bunch of others. Overall, her divine sea was unique. I have to give Tong Ruobing some credit. She took the basic ideas I gave Wu Ming, developed them to their best, and even made them better. After this fight, there were no worthwhile battles. A few people who never reached the top 10 in the previous trials challenged the seeded players, including Wang Wei, but they proved to be too weak. So, everyone returned to their mansion. After returning to his mansion, Lian Shixing had 2 pictures before him, Chu Luo and Wang Wei. One of these 2 should be able to help me with my plan, and am leaning more toward the one from the Myriad Emperor world. Based on the result of soul and comprehension, he thought Wang Wei was the best person to help him achieve his goal. Let's wait to see the result of the willpower test. Then he'll make a final decision. In another mansion, Huofeng Huang calmly walked into one of the rooms full of formation. A man was sitting in the middle with his eyes closed. How is it going? What do you think? I've told you many times your plan was useless and stupid. Even though we are technically from the same clan, the Qiyuan Emperor severed our bloodline connection long ago. The cursed bloodline innate treasure did not work, she asked. Without any connections, how could it work? Huofeng Huang frowned after hearing this. After having all 5 noble beast bloodlines, her heavenly eye talent evolved, and she could now see the level of a threat someone has to her. When she laid her eyes on Wang Wei during the selection part of the trial, she felt an intense warning. It was so intense that she was almost overwhelmed by despair. So, she began to prepare how to secretly take him down. Her original plan was to use the bloodline connection of the Wang aristocratic clan and the Tao opening sex Wang clan. So she enlisted the help of Wang Zheming, the next heir of the Wang aristocratic clan. Huofeng Huang hoped the latter used his bloodline connection to Wang Wei to curse, poison, or weaken him in any way. Better yet, steal his power. Honestly, she already knew her plan was pointless and stupid. However, she had to do something to at least relieve the pressure she felt every time she looked at him, or when they interacted. Is there any way for this plan to work? If you could get me his bloodline, know his blood source maybe, Wang Zheming replied. He honestly did not want to help her and antagonize the other Wang clan. Unfortunately, Huofeng Huang's status was higher than his, and the council asked him to follow her orders. The Wang clan had 3 great emperors after the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously died right after proving the Tao. No one knew the reason, or at least he was not privy to this information. The clan only had a decent status amidst the ancient aristocratic clan, because their founder was the heaven-opening emperor, the first emperor of the Myriad Emperor world. Blood source, Huofeng Huang said softly, her voice full of helplessness. She was probably one of the few people who knew what this monster was capable of. If she planned things correctly, found a scenario where he did not fight seriously, and caught him off guard, she might get a few drops of blood. As for his source blood, unless she could defeat him, There was no way to get her hands on something like that. "I'll find another way," she said before walking to her room, left to her thoughts. Huafeng Huang had two objectives in coming to this trial: to acquire the inheritance and see if she could use it to deceive her dragon bloodline into an azure dragon bloodline, and secondly, to deal with Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it appeared she would not succeed in any of these objectives. There are many worlds available in this place. I should be able to find a way to purify or evolve my bloodline, she thought before beginning to plan her next step. Chapter 555: The Incarnation's Mission. Bam! 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 Powerful clashes emanated from an ample space. Luckily, a mysterious power prevented the attacks from destroying the surroundings. A few minutes later, the fighting stopped. Wang Wuqing looked at the young man before him and sighed. "You indeed have the strength of two-root Dao ancestor." Wang Wei smiled before saying, "Can you show the power of each root?" "Sure," said Wang Wencheng before waving his hand to manifest. An enormous hand manifested before him. "How do you feel?" "I feel like I could not withstand 5 attacks. Most 3-root Dao ancestors could defeat 2 roots with 1 attack. You can survive more than one because of your law and the many ways you have to defend yourself." Wang Wuqing then used another attack, but a more powerful one. "That's 4-root. Wang Wei nodded. He wouldn't survive 1 attack. Finally, Wang Wuqing displayed the 5-root Dao ancestor strength, and Wang Wei could only shake his head. You should know there are differences between the roots, especially the 5-root level. The difference between controlling 4% and 4.9% of the Grand Dao source is enormous. "I understand," replied Wang Wei. With this knowledge, he has better ways to gauge his strength. According to his calculation, if he does not do anything else, once he finishes with his 9-extremity Dao foundation, his strength will reach 4-root Dao ancestor, while Dtian is likely to be 5-root. Hopefully, the Fate Palace and Fate Incarnation can give me the final boost. Otherwise, I will have to find other methods. How are things going in the commercial hub? Shadow One has already investigated things, and we can set a booth there if needed. Are you worried about something? Mu Lei seems to have eyes for Tong Ruobing. I'm afraid he will terminate our partnership and ally with the Great Talisman City instead. He does not seem the kind of person to put business above his personal feelings. We don't know nearly enough about him to make such an analysis. True. Having someone from the Star Beast world would make our integration into the hub smoother. Ultimately, we do not need to rely on them if necessary. Wang Wei agreed. The commercial hub will be very significant to his plans, so he needs to begin planning for the future. After chatting with Ancestor Wuqing, he handed him the Sovereign Dragon Qi and returned to his room. Wang Wuqing was in charge of finding someone that could make use of this unique energy. As for Wang Wei, he activated the array virus once again to spy on everyone and see if he could catch something new. But once again he felt he had forgotten something after finishing. Wang Wei instantly became alert as he knew there must be a problem. He reviewed the footage of all the participants the virus recorded, but he could not find anything. So he asked Ancestor Wuqing to check if there were any abnormal individuals amongst the participants. But the latter also discovered nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his Paragon Soul to its full effect. He felt he had caught something for a brief moment, but could not remember. Wang Wei decided to be on guard at all times. He did know the reason for this anomaly, but it was worth keeping an eye out. Afterward, Wang Wei used the reward he received for the soul trial, which was the unique energy from the body trial. With it, he opened a total of 500,000 acupoints, nearly half of them, and his fleshly body increased to 23 primordial dragon force, and his main body had the battle strength of 2-leaf immortal. The true power Dao realms increase was smaller than expected. He knew it would be more challenging to go to higher realms, but he did not expect the increase to be as harsh as this. However, considering that no one has probably opened that gate in the lower dimension, it made sense for true power Dao cultivation to be so infamous. Nevertheless, the difficulty made him even more excited about what would happen once he opened the gate. Hopefully it won't be disappointing. Finally, Wang Wei went to check on his incarnations and their missions. He did not check on the space-time incarnation since the latter already succeeded in using the flaw in the River of Fate to explore parallel timelines. So he first checked on the free will incarnations. This one's mission was to remove the Great Thousand Worlds River of Fate, granting absolute freedom to all cultivators and mortals. How are your injuries? Wang Wei asked. I'm completely healed now. After removing the River of Fate from the Great Thousand World, both of them did not expect that the sealed heavenly Tao would find a way to release thunder punishment on them. Luckily, the free will incarnations borrowed power from the other incarnations and survived. So, how did the world operate after giving them freedom? They acted the same, replied the incarnation as he overlooked the entire world like a god looking at ants. The mortals continue their daily life as if nothing changed. The only difference is that way because of their own volition, not because fate dictated it. The more intelligent ones fell into an existential crisis when they realized their previous lives were dictated at birth. Some even lost their sense of purpose because of their newfound freedom. Wang Wei watched the same them as him with calmness. Without fate's control, all of them now have the talent to cultivate. Although 99% of them have poor talent, it is still talent. So, I pass a cultivation technique to all of them. Unfortunately, they give up because of the slow progress. The ones who took this opportunity of freedom are few in between. What about the cultivators? Them? You could say they changed, but you could also argue they did not. Without any fate nexuses to restrain them, they became out of control. They no longer respected rules and regulations, and turned the world into chaos. One person became obsessed with replacing the role of fate, and began a mission to conquer and enslave the world. And so many cultivators follow him. So they want to take the freedom of others now that they are free? Said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He should have expected this outcome since cultivators are creatures of habit. In most worlds, things rarely change, even after billions of years. And that's because the long lifespan of cultivators that makes them both more conservative and sentimental. I'm starting to think the existence of the River of Fate is necessary. Without it, most people seem lost. Maybe, muttered Wang Wei. Alright, I'll go check on the others. He used the transplanar transmission array to teleport to the yin-yang incarnation. This incarnation looked slightly different from the others. He had black and white hair, and was more feminine. In general, it could be debated to be more handsome than the others, but it will depend on an individual's taste. Do you want to say something? I know you do. I don't have to say anything, replied Wang Wei as he tried hard not to laugh, making the yin-yang incarnation snort coldly, deciding to ignore this insensitive jerk. After taking a moment to regain his bearing, Wang Wei reviewed the latter's experience. The yang incarnation became the devil's incarnate. With the devouring system, he made up for his lack of talent by swallowing others. As he grew stronger, he became a tyrant who did whatever pleased him. He was full of sins and negative karma. Meanwhile, the yin incarnation was the opposite. She saved many people, and became a chivalrous individual as she dreamt. As for their desire to become a man, it only partially succeeded. The yin incarnation was the embodiment of absolute yin, so when she created a method to revert yin to yang, she did transform into a man. Unfortunately, the transformation was only temporary, and she grew more powerful. The time she could be a man became less until she accepted her new gender. The two incarnations eventually clashed against each other. Their battle divided the world into sides, the light and dark realms, forever changing the fundamental structure of the world. The light realm was beautiful, full of happy people, and was generally a good place. The only downside was that it was always day, the sun shining brightly as the night never came. The yin incarnation had to use special formations to create the illusion of night. As for the dark realm, it was the opposite. Cruel and cunning devil cultivators ruled with chaos and destruction. It was always night as the moon shone on them 24/7 for millennia. Once the incarnations reached the peak of the supreme realm, they had a legendary battle that resulted in their unexpected fusion and entering the quasi-emperor realm. Everything went smoothly, said Wang Wei. He could feel that his Tao heart would sublimate after he vividly relieved the experience of his incarnation after the final fusion. He then left to check on the luck incarnation. Chapter 556 The Incarnation's Mission 2. Wang Wei looked at the unkempt version of him who reeked of alcohol, and he could only remain speechless. How could she do this to me? To us, said the luck incarnation. It's been a couple of thousand years, and you got your memories back. Shouldn't you let it go? Said Wang Wei. You weren't there. You haven't experienced the terrible pain. Once you do, you will understand, replied the luck incarnation as he took a big sip from his gourd. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Something changed the luck incarnation's mission. Ever since he was young, he had everything he wanted. He could be walking home from a night of drinking from the pleasure district, and finding a bag full of money or herbs that could maintain health. As such, he never lacked anything in life, even power. He once wanted to become a scholar, and the next day he found a crystal that increased spiritual power. He then accidentally saved the life of the most famous teacher in the city, and the latter offered to teach him everything he knew for free. His luck was so powerful that it could fulfill all his desire. One time he met this beautiful woman and wanted her. However, she had a husband. His parents appropriately raised the luck incarnation before their untimely passing. So he left things alone and did not contact or try anything against her. However, a week later, the woman's husband died in an accident, and he met her when some cultivators chased her. The incarnation wanted to help her, but he knew he was powerless against cultivators. So he did the cowardly thing and hid in a desolate house nearby. And to his surprise, he discovered a talisman powerful enough to kill all the cultivators chasing the woman he desired. And after saving the damsel in distress, he took her home to protect and help her in her time of need. Unfortunately, at this time, the incarnation began to suspect he was a man with maximum luck, and began testing it out. He went to a cultivator gathering and bought some random book and treasure that turned out to be of the saint tier. After figuring this out, the incarnation knew the reason this woman came to like him was most likely the result of his luck, making him conflicted if he should reciprocate. So he delayed deciding by focusing on his cultivation. And as expected, everything went smoothly for him. Whatever he wanted, he would get it. Wherever he went, he encountered a beautiful woman who would fall in love with him and acquire some form of fortunate encounter. As time passed, the encounter became tired of life since everything came so easy to him. He never had to try for anything in his life. Once, he decided to become a king and headed to a place to establish his dynasty. On his way, he met a group of people who mistaken them for their runaway prince and rushed him to take the throne since most of his family had died recently. The incarnation almost died of anger when these people showed him the picture of their prince, who looked exactly like him. This world was vast with a population of the septillion. So, what were the odds of someone having the same face, build, height, and demeanor as him? Furthermore, when he tried to argue, these people pointed to a scar on his left wrist, which their prince also had. The incarnation had this scar since he was young and never healed it despite his cultivation since he acquired it in the accident that killed his parents. He kept it to remember his past. In the end, the incarnation flew away in anger after realizing his goal of being a ruler was again handed to him. He began to resent his luck. He saw it as a curse. As such, he decided to study misfortune to balance his overwhelming luck. However, before he could succeed, he met the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The moment he laid eyes on her, his entire being screamed that he wanted her. So he quickly investigated her to find out she did not have a Tao companion. Knowing it was his opportunity, he waited. The incarnation knew that his luck would soon activate, allowing him to have a magical encounter with her and have a chance. So he waited. Unfortunately, the waiting lasted a week, then a month, and eventually a year, but nothing occurred. So, he became more proactive. He used a technique to give her misfortune. His plan was when she was in danger, he would swoop in like a handsome and chivalrous immortal to save her. His plan failed since nothing occurred. The incarnation soon discovered his luck did not work on her, which somehow made her even more desirable to him. Therefore, he approached her to court her directly. Regrettably, the first sentence she said to him was, "You're the bastard cursing me with misfortune? Get out of my sight." Despite the rejection, the luck incarnation did not give up. For a man who could acquire everything he desired, there was nothing he wanted more than something unattainable. Consequently, he pursued her religiously. No matter how many rejections he received or what terrible thing she said to keep him away, he never gave up on her. And eventually his persistence paid off. She began to warm up to him. They became friends before starting to explore a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, the incarnation's luck had repercussions. The luck backlash arrived in the form of a rumor. Wang Wei, the blessed one, whoever acquire can rule the world and achieve immortality. Once the rumor spread worldwide, all the cultivator sects, families, factions, and dynasties suddenly knew of the incarnations and wanted to capture him. He was hunted for thousands of years. Luckily, he had the love of his life with him. She accompanied him throughout everything. She was with him when he fell from the peak of the world to the gutter. The incarnation felt that his pain and suffering were worth it as long as she was with him. Sadly, fate had another plan for him. On one occasion, hundreds of sects encircled him. And even with all the treasures and fortunate encounters he had, he could not escape. In the end, she sacrificed her life to give him a chance. Grief, pain, despair, guilt, and absolute anger overwhelmed him. So he went on a rampage. He used guerrilla tactics to destroy countless sects or factions. And when he felt this was too slow, he finally took cultivation seriously. With his talent and resources, he quickly reached the strength to be invincible in the world. So he killed 99% of all cultivators in this world. Sadly, revenge could not fill the hole in his heart, so he focused on cultivation to reach a realm where he could revive her. The idea of seeing her beautiful and confident smile motivated him. He had to work hard to accomplish something for the first time since he met her. However, after entering the Supreme Realm and unlocking his memories, the Luck incarnation received another shock he did not know how to process. The woman he loved, lost, grieved, and pined after for tens of thousands of years was just another clone of Wu Hong. He also realized she might have changed the setting of his mission. After all, he should have never had affection for another woman. In the end, he was happy he did not technically lose her, but he could not forget the pain of watching her die in front of him. So he began to drink his frustration and completed feeling. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he did not know what to say. He did not expect Wu Hong to tweak the incarnation's life and make him more miserable. However, he had to admit that her action made his Dao heart tempering even better. So he looked at the incarnation and said, "Don't be sad, she's fine and healthy." "You don't understand," replied the incarnation. "However, when we fuse, you will experience how I felt and know how much it truly hurt." Wang Wei knew he was correct. In the final fusion, he will experience the life of these incarnations, as if it was his own experience. So all their emotions, thoughts, and actions will be extremely vivid to him. "You're right," Wang Wei replied, but he appeared a little distracted. He was thinking about the incarnation's way of courting Wu Hong's clone. Although his persistence seemed romantic, he felt that the incarnation appeared too much like a stalker. If Wu Hong did not have feelings for him, his actions would not seem as romantic but creepy. As a person with memories from Earth, he should know better. Does that mean I have some secret stalker tendencies? Or is the result of his environment? He quickly denied the first option and blamed everything on the incarnation. He also ignored that they would fuse and become one sometime in the future. So after giving the incarnation an odd look, he went to check on the karma incarnation. Chapter 557 The Incarnation's Mission 3. Wang Wei looked at the karma incarnation, who now had yellow hair. "So how is it?" he asked. "Why don't you see for yourself?" replied the incarnation. And Wang Wei looked at this great thousand world. He saw karma threads connecting to the incarnations, and there were so many of them. He could see that the incarnation was now connected to every single individual of this world, every single object, and even every single atom. Wang Wei looked at an ant a few 100,000 light years away, and he could see the incarnation had some connection to it. "Is this your answer?" he asked. "Yes," replied the incarnation. "My entire life was boggled down by karma. I could not even breathe the air without owing heaven and earth some karma. I tried isolating myself from the world to cultivate in peace, but the debts I owed would eventually catch up to me. I tried repaying my karmic debts, but more kept piling on my head. No matter how carefully I tried to act or how many calculations I made to avoid karma, it was impossible for me to escape. The incarnation paused as he reminisced. Every step he took felt like he was in quicksand, unable to move and slowly drawing. It was truly a nightmare since he never knew a single moment of peace. I tried to transcend karma, to become free from its restrictions. But I failed. So you choose to fuse with it? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I became the embodiment of karma itself in this world. The origin of all karma. And to my surprise, I've achieved the transcendence I desire. It does make sense. As the source of karma, it's normal to be no longer affected by it. So, how did you bear such a heavy burden? Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for the incarnation to fuse with all karma of the world, and bear it without some backlash or negative consequence to his body and soul. The incarnation smiled before waving his hand to manifest a yellow river made of threads. You made a river of karma? Yes. While cultivating the Tao of karma, I discovered the river of fate. So I thought of replicating it with the power of karma. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the river, thinking of the many benefits. He could sublimate his karma-unbound physique with this river, and no longer worry about karma ever affecting him after proving the Tao. Although Immortal Tier Powerhouse has high resistance to karmic restraint, it is not entirely gone. The sad truth is even paragons cannot completely ignore karma. However, Wang Wei has a high chance of reaching such a state. This will be a significant step in his goal of achieving freedom. I'm sure you can understand the significance of this river to us, but I will tell you a few more abilities. The incarnation waved his hand, and a drop of water came from the river. Karmic washing water, said Wang Wei. Yes. You can easily create an ocean and leave it to the sect. In the future, they won't worry about washing karma and needing help to compete for the next generations. Heaven will. Then the incarnation pointed to another thread in the river. The river of karma is connected to all karma, past, present, and future. So you could do this. He took one string and manipulated it, and Wang Wei squinted his eyes when he saw what had happened. About 2 million years ago, in this great thousand world, a spiritual herb called human mushroom went extinct. As the incarnation manipulated the thread, Wang Wei saw a scene 2 million years ago. A young hunter found this mushroom and took it for dinner. According to normal history, this farmer should have eaten the last human mushroom in existence, making this spiritual herb extinct. But now something had changed. On his way home, he met a dying cultivator who gave him his inheritance. Through this inheritance, the hunter learned of the value of this spiritual herb and began to plant it. Eventually, he created a small secret realm where he stored the mushroom, and this secret realm lasted until this day as the incarnation manipulated events to ensure this. Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport the secret realm to their location. The human mushroom is an excellent herb to open acupoints. As Wang Wei looked at the mushroom with a human shape in his hand, his eyes could not help but shine. This method will help him deal with one of his biggest worries: the resources for his true power Tao cultivation. And considering how long the myriad emperor world has existed and the lost resources throughout the ages, this technique is simply heaven-defying. I have to say, you gave me one of the biggest surprises so far. Is there any restriction to this method? Anything related to the manipulation of time will have restrictions. What I've discovered is that there is no problem as long as you do not try to manipulate impactful events or drastically change people's fate. There is no problem. So, focus more on using this technique to gather resources without affecting the overall timeline, summarized Wang Wei. Basically, that's good. Since nothing is wrong with you, I'll check on the others. Wang Wei then went on to check on the Samsara incarnation. The latter sat on a throne, and the environment was frigid and eerie. After arriving, Wang Wei could see many souls coming and leaving, along with many demon-luing creatures controlling and ensuring the place's safety. No problem? Oddly no. I successfully established a separate samsara for this great thousand world, and there were no problems. However, it might not be the same if you do it back home. Wang Wei frowned. Before he became powerful, he thought each world had a separate samsara. and it was a physical location similar to a small world that he could travel to. However, as he became more powerful, he knew that the endless void had one samsara for all the world communities. He tried to learn the secrets of samsara, but had no success. But he did conclude some things based on the information he had. For example, why did Tion only reincarnate into the myriad emperor world? He theorized that it was either heavenly Taoist doing or each world community had its own division. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the knowledge the incarnation had. His theory was partially correct. There are separate divisions based on a soul's place of origin. But it is also possible to be reborn in another division, albeit rare but possible. Your method was ingenious, he commented. The incarnation did not forcibly establish a netherworld. Instead, he asked to create a branch in this world from the main branch. And true heavenly Tao was more than happy to give him some power and reduce the burden on itself, as long as the incarnation was willing to follow some strict rules. It even gave him a lot of merit for his actions. With this method, many of our plans are guaranteed to become a success. And we might not need to refine the 9 devil god worlds. The only thing we have to worry about is Old Man Nether, said the incarnation. He had many new plans after his recent success. He had greater ambitions after seeing how handsomely true heavenly Tao rewarded him for his actions. Wu Hong told him about Old Man Nether from the Nether Hell. This was a person obsessed with controlling the samsara of the lower dimension, and for countless eras, he has been slowly stealing its power. Therefore, he knew this person would stop him from establishing a netherworld in the myriad emperor world. And if he were to learn of the method this incarnation used, he would definitely try to replicate it. The 9 devil god world is still needed, just not as important as we previously thought. As for Old Man Nether, we will deal with him after we prove the Tao, replied Wang Wei. From what he knew, Old Man Nether was the only Empyrean in the lower dimension. Many people have wondered he managed to stay there without any repercussions. However, Wang Wei is not that scared of him. He believed once he found a way to reach the 10 Extremity Foundation, after becoming an eternal emperor, he might have the battle prowess of an Empyrean, 70% Grand Tao source. And even if he does not, he will be closed and will not need much time to reach that battle strength. Make sure to remove all your tracks before the fusion, said Wang Wei. He did not want to get Old Man Nether's attention more than he already did. Then he went to see the Destiny incarnation. He found the latter reading intently before a large book titled, Book of Destiny. Wang Wei called him, but the latter was distracted, so he had to push him before waking up from his deep concentration. Oh, you're here. You should be more careful. I've placed a formation in the surrounding, and only you can enter. You should still be careful since this world is not absolute. You're right. It's just I've been a little fascinated by our little experiment. Oh, did you discover something? Maybe. Chapter 558 The Incarnation's Mission, Finale. Using the Book of Destiny, the Incarnation controlled or established the destiny of everything cultivators in this great thousand world. When people with a talent for cultivation are born, their names will automatically appear in the book, and the Incarnation will establish their destiny. Each individual's destiny is different. For example, it could be as simple as they are destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator. Of course, just because someone is destined for such an accomplishment does not mean that they definitely can achieve it. This is not how destiny functions. The cultivators have to work to achieve their destiny. They have to undergo arduous cultivation, temper themselves, and fight for resources. Now, as someone destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator, they will have a particular luck to ensure they accomplish their goals. They also have specific karmic connections with people that help them achieve their destiny. Nevertheless, destiny still gave people a certain level of freedom to accept or reject their destiny. Furthermore, the Incarnation discovered other forms or unique destinies. For example, the destiny to become the most powerful sect in the world. Once, he tried to give this destiny to a faction, and he realized that some people could compete with the chosen faction to hinder them from achieving their destiny or steal the destiny of becoming the best sect. After controlling the entire world's destiny, The incarnation tried to recreate the eternal emperor's destiny and failed. No matter what he tried, he could not succeed. So he tried to create an immortal destiny. As long as he gave an individual such a destiny, they had a 90% chance of becoming an immortal tier powerhouse. Consequently, his actions touched the bottom line of true heavenly Tao, and he received a warning. Another application the incarnation discovered is establishing the destination of mortal objects and animals, turning them into spirits or demon race. This method is valuable to the spirit race, but has no actual application to Wang Wei besides maybe creating an army of spirit race. As you can see, we have learned much about destiny, but no revolutionary discoveries. That's fine as well. What about battle applications? Did you come up with something? In fact, I did, replied the incarnation, who stood up from his sitting position. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Attack me with your chaos flame." Then the incarnation created a wound on his forearm with his left finger. "All right," said Wang Wei before creating a multicolored flame in his hand and throwing it at the incarnation. At first, it appeared as if the latter was rapidly burning. But soon, the process ended, and the wound on the incarnation healed. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Purpose manipulation. Exactly. I changed the purpose of your chaos flame from burning to healing. You can imagine the wide application of such a technique. Indeed, there were many applications of this ability. Wang Wei could alter his fleshly body's purpose, allowing it to use more force than usual. He could change the purpose of his enemies' attacks, and make them help him instead or render them entirely useless. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a turtle shell. It was the 8-trigram turtle shell he borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He then used the Destiny technique to modify the purpose of this magical artifact. It used to be a supporting item used only for divination, but Wang Wei turned it into an attack artifact that used the River of Fate's power. And since the artifact was an immortal artifact, the attack it could use was at the same level. Of course, Wang Wei could modify an item of such level because he now had the strength of Immortal Venerable. If not, he would fail or suffer some backlash. This technique is worth all your effort, said Wang Wei. I tried my best, replied the incarnation as he looked at the world again. I found it fascinating to control the lives of so many people, controlling their destiny with them being none the wisest. Don't lose yourself to such meager power. You underestimate me, replied the incarnation. He knew that this great thousand world was a drop of water in an ocean in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, he only learned to control people's destinies to control his own. As long as you understand, replied Wang Wei, who patted his shoulder before leaving. He went on to check on the Order Disorder incarnation, the one who had problems. He saw the latter at the center of the world's core, sitting cross-legged and fighting heavenly Tao that was supposed to be sealed. He frowned. The Order incarnation had to begin his journey from a low thousand world. After becoming the supernatural realm, he would replace the heavenly Tao of that world, and decide the order of this world. He would establish the rules, regulations, punishments, and restrictions for all mortals and cultivators. With this method, the incarnation could make the world safer for mortals and prevent chaos. Consequently, many cultivators did not like absolute order, rebelling against the incarnation and creating more chaos or disorder. However, this is precisely what the incarnation wanted. He wanted oppositions to help him understand disorder laws. Once he finished his mission, he ascended to a middle thousand world and repeated the same plan once he reached void-shattering realm. The issue arose after he ascended to a great thousand world. The heavenly Tao of this world acted swiftly before Wang Wei sealed it. It created a sun of destiny that Wang Wei did not even detect, and that destiny sun made some cracks or flaws in Wang Wei's formation. That person even destroyed some of the puppets he left guarding the formation. So once the Order incarnation ascended, he had to confront the Sun of Destiny and Heavenly Tao. By now, he had already dealt with the Sun of Destiny, but the incarnation had to face part of Heavenly Tao while still in the Saint Realm, thus delaying his progress. Wang Wei frowned as he watched all of this happening. He could tell Heavenly Tao was stalling the incarnation while gathering power from the world's inhabitants to help it, and might even be creating another Sun of Destiny. After thinking about it for a moment, He decided not to intervene since this experience could also be a form of tempering. Furthermore, the confrontation with Heavenly Tao might give him an insight into how it controlled the law and help him in the future when he creates further levels of his force control skill. As for his battle with Chu Luo, his current strength should be enough. If it's not, he has a hidden trump card to make the difference. After making a decision, Wang Wei thanked the immortal powerhouses that controlled the time acceleration formation. Finally, he went to see the Fate Incarnation. The two began to work on creating the spiritual foundation, or the Fate Palace. After divination, they discovered it was impossible to make 10 Fate Palaces, one for each of the incarnations and the main body. Based on the Emperor Tao World's cultivation system, cultivators can only create one spiritual foundation for each cultivation realm for a total of 9, and the 10th can be made after proving the Tao. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also discovered both he and the Fate Incarnation could create a Fate Palace and fuse them. This palace would be the main one, while the other incarnations could develop branches. And during the final fusion, the Fate Palace would baptize him with Fate power, similar to how Tian did through Samsara. The fusion will also elevate his comprehension, allowing his 9-extremity foundation to perfectly complete at a power level of 5 root Tao ancestor. There was not enough time for Wang Wei to create the main Fate Palace, but he left the Fate Incarnation with this mission before returning to the trial. Wang Wei discovered Wang Wuqing waiting for him after he returned. Wait, your strength. Is there a problem? You already have 2-leaf strength. Yes. Is something wrong? Don't you ever have any bottleneck? Wang Wei controlled his urge to say, bottleneck? What's that? Instead, he thought about the question and realized that this was true. You should know this is odd. No matter who it is, even those blessed descendants will have bottlenecks in their cultivation journey. Wang Wei nodded as he guessed this might be another ability of his soul. Or he might have a bottleneck in the future, but now was not the time. I should be used to your anomaly by now. Here is the thing you wanted. Wang Wuqing handed him a talisman that contained a recording of miscellaneous one refining an immortal tear pill. Thanks, replied Wang Wei. Now that I remember, there will be no issue with the aftermath of the demon supremacy world. No need to worry. We have erased all traces that we absorbed their luck. Furthermore, Heavenly Tao even helped since your action benefited the people of our world. Wang Wei nodded. A lot of the luck absorbed went to the human destiny sword, which will, in turn, benefit the human race of the myriad emperor world. So he was not surprised Heavenly Tao helped. Additionally, he had a karma-unbound physique to prevent the demons from using karma to trace him. Not to mention his status as fateless. So he does not need to worry. And the demons of that world have to worry about dealing with the fire in their backyard, so they won't have much time to track the people responsible. After his conversation with Ancestor Wuqing, he checked on his chat group. Due to time dilation, most group members were now Tier 6, including the new member Wannabe God. Wang Wei received a few innate treasures from Mad King and Wannabe God, but he did not really care about that now. Nevertheless, he did not plan to abandon this group. He would train them as his agent to spread Buddhism in the endless void and repay his karma. The group can also help him gather resources like incense, luck, or lifespan. Finally, they can help him prepare for his future plans. Chapter 559 Willpower and Tao Heart Trial. Wang Wei flew to the pagoda. However, unlike his usual relaxed and easygoing mood, he was now on high alert, secretly looking everywhere. He did not know where the anomaly he felt came from, so he wanted to be on guard. He barely listened to Lord Spirit before entering the pagoda. He received a message on how this trial will proceed. A few seconds later, it began. A large number with at least 20 zeros appeared above his head, and Wang Wei felt a slight pressure on himself. However, the pressure was not on his fleshly body. He had to carry the weight with his willpower. Then the number increases by at least 3 zeros every 10 seconds. Then, at some point, there were no longer any words but the character 4,000 world. This character meant that Wang Wei had to carry the weight of a small 1,000 world with his willpower, and to him, this was not difficult, so he ignored the trial and took his time to review the talisman from Miscellaneous 1, and learn how to refine an immortal pill. A few seconds later, The weight on him changed to 5,000 worlds before continuing to increase. A few hours later, the weight had changed to a great 1,000 world. Feeling the drastic increase in the pressure, Wang Wei opened his eyes to check the situation. He read the character floating above his head before continuing his study. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a sudden tremendous pain, and opened his eyes to see blood coming from his nose. He raised his head and understood the situation. He was currently bearing the weight of a heaven-will world with his willpower alone. However, his body could not withstand the power. Luckily, this trial level only lasted a few seconds before ending. Then Lord Spirit appeared in his lair, looking at him strangely. She had to do everything she could to hide the shock she felt after witnessing the result. Especially when you compare the result with the second place Chu Luo and the third place Jingwu Hua. Chu Luo has gone through numerous reincarnations, and Jingwu Hua sealed herself for countless generations. So, I understand where their strong willpower comes from. But this Wang Wei is truly an anomaly. Could he be so naturally gifted? Some people are naturally born with high willpower, but Lord Spirit do not think they can reach such a level. It does not matter. The more talented it is, the better a choice for master. Is there a problem? Wang Wei asked. No. You are the first in this trial, and I figured the reward might not be appealing to you. So, I wonder if you want to exchange it for something? What's the reward? Resources to increase willpower. I see. I'll exchange for the same previous reward. Lord Spirit then gave him a crystal full of a mysterious power. I've been wondering. What is this thing? It's called tempering qi. As the name suggests, it can help cultivators temper various body parts. Muscles, bones, meridians, acupoints, etc. It's an excellent body refining resource because of its versatility. I could see why it's precious. Anyway, thank you. Lord Spirit bowed before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the other participants received the result and the allocated points. Wang Wei got 1,000 points, and Chu Luo only had 800 points to display the difference between the two. Subsequently, Lord Spirit began the subsequent trial, Dao Heart. And to Wang Wei's surprise, he discovered he had once again entered the Road of the Heart, standing at the 6th section where he left off during the void-shattering realm. So Wang Wei continued walking in the different sections. He saw many illusions that tempted and questioned his sanity and morality, primarily his recent actions in the demon supremacy world. However, he ignored them until he reached the 10th and final sections. Wang Wei saw someone waiting for him in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged with a table and tea. It's you. Why are you here again? That's a good question. You tell me. Wang Wei sighed before sitting in the second seat, facing the other person. He looked at the person who looked exactly like him except for a more evil aura. Heart Devil, what do you want this time? The Heart Devil poured himself a cup of tea, before doing the same for Wang Wei. I'm here for one reason, Wu Hong. Why didn't you have the conversation about her motive with her? I forgot. You don't forget, you can't forget, replied the Heart Devil. Unless you subconsciously want to. Maybe you're right that I have subconsciously avoided talking to her, replied Wang Wei as he took a sip. However, I don't think that matters this much. I know for sure that she loves and would never betray me. I agree with you. However, you still need to have the conversation. Your Dao heart cannot have the tiniest flaw. And if you don't confront the truth, even if you already know in your heart the answer, the flaw will not go away. Wang Wei did not say anything as he continued to sip his tea. He knew the Heart Devil was correct. Since he knew she loved him, why couldn't he have the conversation? That's because a tiny part of him feared he would discover something else in that conversation. No matter how slight that fear is, it is still a flaw. All right. I won't procrastinate anymore. So, are you going to talk to her now? Soon. How soon? I said soon, so get off my back. Whatever, said the Heart Devil in anger. It's your Dao heart, and you can leave a flaw if you want. He chugged the entire pot of tea before slamming it on the table. Then he disappeared. Wang Wei's eyes twitched before shrugging his shoulder and walking to the end of the section. Wang Wei opened his eyes and felt a sublimation in his Dao heart. He also felt a microscopic flaw. Although this flaw was so minor to the point of being insignificant, it was there. With his current Tao heart, he could still bear the heaven will. Let's deal with this as soon as possible. Soon, the ranking list appeared, and to everyone's surprise, Ji Lanfang was number 1 in this trial, followed by Wang Wei in second place and Chu Luo in third. Wang Wei slightly frowned before accepting the result. Meanwhile, in Chu Luo's area, he analyzed the result. A trial that focused more on the flaws of the Tao heart instead of how powerful or robust it was. It would make sense that a swordsman who dedicates everything to the way of the sword would have no flaw. As for him, this trial showed him he had a few flaws in his Tao heart. The first one was his failure to comprehend the slightest of his existence. Even after so many years, he could not forget it. The second flaw was his failure to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial. Despite his parents going to extreme lengths to have 3 attempts and survive. Nevertheless, he failed and wasted time and resources on his first 3 reincarnations. Consequently, his parents had to pay another price to allow him to use a restricted Tao of creation. The third flaw was he felt he owed his parents too much for everything they did for him. He had hidden guilt that he deleted their futures because of their sacrifices. So he desires to become an extremely powerful eternal emperor, and help them to return the favor for their nurturing. This trial has helped me find the flaws in my Tao heart, so I can fix them. Chu Luo's eyes became focused before exiting the pagoda. There were no rewards for this trial since pointing out the Tao heart flaws of these heaven chosens was the reward. They all looked relieved after discovering the problem since they could target and deal with it. As soon as Wang Wei left, he sent a communication talisman to Wu Hong for her to contact him once she was available. Then he focused on Lord Spirit, who seemed to have a more eerie smile than usual. I have good news for all of you. There will be changes to the combat trial. It will not be a battle competition between you, as you expected. It will take a different form that will allow you to gather many points. Enough points to not even care about the first seeded token. Many people frowned as they were getting a little tired of this trial constantly changing the rules. It was too chaotic for many. Lord Spirit, will you tell us what it will be in advance, or do we have to wait? Of course I'll tell you. It will be in your best interest to prepare in advance, replied Lord Spirit with a wide smile. So the battle trial will take place in the form of Chapter 560 Complications and Curse, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Taoist True Self for the gift. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of challenges, but not from each other, but Heaven Chosens in the upper dimension. The Heaven Chosen presents were the backbone of their respective faction, so they had access to some secrets of the universe. They knew about the upper dimension, where all great emperors ascend to continue their cultivation journey. But now they had an opportunity to battle the geniuses of that place. They instantly became excited as they did not believe they would be inferior even if they lived in a far worse environment. Of course, some feared humiliating themselves or bringing trouble to their sections. Things were about to get complicated, thought Wang Wei. He did not fear any challenge from these upper dimension heaven chose. He worried about the political aspect behind their presence. Even though he knew these powerful entities could not readily interfere with the lower dimension, they still had the capability. Things would get complicated if he offended one of these young masters and caused trouble for his sect. And relying on Wu Hong as a backer might make things even worse. I should probably begin to think about robbing the final winner instead of participating in this trial, he thought. He would wait and analyze the situation and weights the pros and cons before making a decision. Many participants began to ask questions regarding the upcoming battle trial, but Lord Spirit only said to wait a month until these people's arrival. Afterward, everyone returned to their mansion. Wang Wei went directly to Ancestor Wuqing to ask questions. So what do you think? I don't know much about the upper dimension, but I know mortals can descend to the endless void, but it is extremely difficult. Gu Xian is not simple if he could do this for a trial. Gu Xian is not simple. Are there any restrictions? For sure. For example, they cannot stay long here, they cannot use items above Emperor grade, and maybe others. What about the Heaven Will battle? I don't know about that. Let me ask Origin One, replied Wang Wuqing before disappearing and returning a few minutes later. They can participate in the battle. However, they have to start cultivation from scratch, are restricted by the number and type of resources they can bring, and have to acquire an identity token. Furthermore, if they fail to prove the Tao, they cannot ascend to the upper dimension Euro, unless someone at the Empyrean level comes to get them. What about karma? Does it restrict them? After their first descent, when they lose all their cultivation, they don't need to wash away their karma and compete in any heaven-will battle. However, if they lose, they have to follow the same rules as us. Wang Wei understood that heavenly Tao restricted the upper dimension people to ensure they had the same starting line as everyone else, and had a relatively fair competition. He was satisfied with these restrictions. What he feared was those people coming here to cause chaos and destruction. Do they have anything special about them? Wang Wei asked. They usually have ways to contact the upper dimension. But I don't know if that counts as special. Wang Wei immediately frowned. Although this information seemed useless, it was not to him. His tentacles will one day reach throughout the entire endless void. So if someone from the upper dimension learned of his action, and sent people to interfere, this might cause some trouble. I need to take this information into account. Thank you for the information. No need for formalities. By the way, Wang Ju said she prepared everything. Excellent. I'm going to deal with the issue now. Wang Wei teleported back home before contacting Wang Ju. It seems your seclusion was successful. Thanks to you, young master. The shadow innate treasure was beneficial. That's good. We will find a day for you to officially become my shadow. I looked forward to it, replied Wang Ju before handing him a talisman with some information. After reading it, Wang Wei closed his eyes as the power of fate, karma, samsara, and time surrounded him for a few seconds before saying, "We will need more people in these positions. Use some suicide soldiers for the rest." Wang Ju looked at the map handed to her, and a look of surprise flashed before she nodded, and went to mobilize the people. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a small village at the southern end of the central continent. While invisible in the air, he observed a young village boy who looked ordinary except for his eyes. Deep hidden inside was an infinite hatred. For as long as this young man existed, he carried that hatred passed down from generation. And he knew once he died, he would pass this hatred to his children. Today, the young village went to get some woods in the forest, and something unexpected occurred to him. He found a booklet with the title, Curse of Hatred. The young villager quickly hid the book before looking at his surrounding to discover if anyone had seen him. After not finding anyone, he rushed home to read the book. He was glad his wife and daughter were not here, and he felt this was not something they should involve themselves with. A few minutes later he finished reading. Oh Tian, do you think you can do whatever you please because you are a mighty cultivator? Today, I will teach you that your actions have consequences. The young village boy closed his eyes before chanting in weird and incomprehensible language. As he did so, the hatred deep in his soul, inherited from his bloodline for thousands of generations, activated to power the curse to unimaginable heights. Wang Wei watched as a dark and invisible power traveled to the western continent, and he knew it was going for Tian. After receiving the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse, he had a basic plan on his mind that he laid the groundwork for while taking his trial. He changed the memories of an ordinary mortal family, that Tian destroyed their village, killing everyone they loved. This act resulted in fostering a powerful hatred of that family. Then he cast a spell on them to pass down that hatred through bloodline for countless generations, nurturing and strengthening that hatred over time. And after more than 10,000 years and numerous mortal generations, the hatred reached the level he wanted where it could cast a curse that could barely touch a person's existencia Euro, similar to Lin Fan's situation. Western continent, sealed mountain. Tian suddenly opened his eyes and felt a powerful curse descend on him. He frowned calmly as he looked at the markings on his body. The Curse Passion Emperor's 3 anomalous curses? Tian knew the Curse Passion Emperor as he was technically one of his mentors. He studied briefly under the latter. The Curse Passion Emperor was a pseudo-eternal emperor famous for his curse and poison Tao. During that era, he was very valuable to the war as he could poison innate demons on large scales, and even weaken some eternal emperors. One day, the Cursed Passion Emperor discovered a destroyed village with only one survivor, a young girl full of hatred. He tried to help the young girl, but she only wanted revenge. So he promised to cultivate her into a powerful being to have her revenge. She refused. She wanted her revenge now. So, the Cursed Passion Emperor created a special curse for her to use her hatred as the source and her life as the price. Finally, the girl killed her enemy before moving on to samsara. After that, he created 2 other curses of the same category, which were eventually called the 3 anomalous curses. This curse became essential to the war as it allowed mortals to have significant battle prowess. However, the Cursed Passion Emperor came to hate his creation because of how much damage it did to mortals. He hated the acquired side for weaponizing these 3 curses. Dition was momentarily sad after thinking about the past. He was present when numerous primordial gods and innate demons besieged the Cursed Passion Emperor and killed him. He was pretty sad after receiving the news. Although they were not close, the latter was still one of his mentors. Using such a cruel and cunning method. This must be Wang Wei's method, he thought before sneering. If I did not have some understanding of existence, this curse would have killed or crippled me. So he used his Dao will to protect his existence. He knew from the Cursed Passion Emperor this was the quickest method to deal with this curse with no repercussions. A few minutes later, the markings on his body disappeared as he returned to normal. So it failed as expected, Wang Wei muttered. Then he contacted Wang Ju to begin, who then mobilized all the Fate Shadow Guards worldwide. Chapter 561 The hostile takeover. Wang Wei teleported to a special place. Meanwhile, a great event with worldwide repercussions occurred. The Shadow Guards began assassinating people from every continent, every domain, and every faction and race, including the Sea race. Even the hidden powers that have not shown up in the Myriad Emperor world were affected, alarming all the Emperor lineages. And the target of the Fate Shadow Guards was no one else but Dition's sleepers. Wang Wei was careful this around and planned for many years before acting. And with the help of the Oracle Mirror and his recent increase in strength and abilities, he knew the position of most of them. So he attacked them simultaneously, not giving them or the faction they infiltrated a chance to respond. A few minutes later, Wang Wei appeared before Wang Ju with his clothes disheveled. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just killed a Dao ancestor," he replied casually before giving her a token. This token leads to a small world where the sleepers kept all their information. Take control of it and make a copy of everything for the sect. Dition sleepers have gathered so much impossible that it was mind-boggling. They have detailed records of every heaven chosen in each generation since the ancient emperor era. They also have records of every noteworthy event that occurred since then. When Dition was reincarnating, they would not stop gathering information and keeping records in case their master wanted to know. The knowledge in the small world was so vast that even Dition had not read all of them. After all, he would not care much about the life of someone who has long been dead by the time he successfully reincarnated. However, Wang Wei planned to read all of them. He knew he might be able to learn many things from these records. From a person's life, he might learn a valuable lesson. From these records, he might learn some truth or secrets of this world that was beneficial to him in the present. Or just reading the information, he might be inspired and come up with a great idea. It's a shame that he did not find any cultivation scripture from that small world. However, he knew long before that Dition was careful and did not leave any records. "How did things go on your side?" Wang Wei asked. "Smoothly. As you ordered. We did not kill all the sleepers. Instead, we stole the fate of those in high positions, and used the assassination as a distraction to clean our tails. As of now, Project Deep Infiltration is complete." "Excellent," said Wang Wei. With this move, he now controlled the Sleepers' Information Agency. He had the same spying and assassination capabilities as him, not to mention he had planted so many spies inside these factions. With this move, he should be able to get his hands on most of the Emperor lineage's scripture to learn from, just like Dition. Of course, he now had eyes everywhere in the Myriad Emperor world. Wang Ju went to process everything on the Sleeper Information world, while Wang Wei had other things to deal with. He ignored the fact he just slightly tilted the world to its side and went into seclusion. Immediately, he took out the oracle mirror and activated it. His main objective for the curse of hatred and attacking the sleepers was the mirror. With his action, he increased the karma he had with Tian, and now, the mirror increased the information by another 10% for a total of 90%. He acquired new information regarding Tian, including some secrets of the Null Era. Then he focused on a specific piece of information that caught his attention. Tian was trying to find a way to go past the 9 Extremity Foundation to reach the 10th. And he found a way. Regrettably, the mirror did not disclose the method. I already suspected he was doing this, but now, I have confirmation, thought Wang Wei with a frown, thinking about how he could increase his karma with the latter and find the answer. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. He once tried to use the fact that Xiao Ning gave him the perfect foundation method to increase his karma with Tian, but he failed. She seemed immune to his karma technique. He knew she was the key to increasing the remaining 10%, but he did not want to get in more contact with that woman. She was too weird and dangerous. The other option was Tian's family. But based on previous divination, he did not have much affection or karmic connection with them. To Tian, his real parents were the ones who died before the Null Era. So killing or doing anything to them would not increase his karma much. Wang Wei then borrowed the power of his incarnation to do another divination. He wanted to know if there was a way to increase karma with Tian. Dijia, he muttered. She was the woman in charge of Tian's information network from the D clan's side. She was his Wang Ju and accompanied him everywhere in the same manner as Wang Ju. From the divination, he knew she loved him, but he did not care about her. However, compared to his affection and connection to his parents, she had a higher weight on his life. By killing her, I can increase the mirror's percentage by 1%. Wang Wei frowned. He did not know whether that 1% would tell him how Tian planned to break the 9 Extremity Foundation limit, or another piece of information. I could try to modify the purpose of the mirror to give the information I need, thought Wang Wei before deciding to try it. So he contacted Wang Ju and asked her to assassinate Dijia. Then he wanted to attempt something. He summoned his destiny law to modify the purpose of the oracle mirror. He wanted the mirror to give him 90% of Tian's knowledge, which included all the techniques he knew and cultivated, every thought he had, and even his understanding of the law, instead of simply providing him with information. If he succeeded, he would now know the specific scriptures and techniques of Tian instead of just knowing the name and detailed analysis of what they were. He then would not have to recreate some of these techniques and instantly understand them. Plu. Wang Wei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale. I guessed it's still beyond my means to modify a chaos treasure. He closed his eyes after swallowing a few pills to recuperate from the backlash quickly. Western Continent, Sealed Mountain. Tian looked at the runes that created his cage with fury. He could feel the disappearance of all the sleepers. At first, he thought it was a normal swiping where some people's identity was discovered. This has happened a few times throughout their existence, and they always managed to bounce back. But he sensed the death of the Dao ancestor guardian in charge of the headquarters. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He created the headquarters with a unique treasure that could hide even from a pseudo-eternal emperor. And as long as the headquarter entered the endless void, even an eternal emperor cannot find it. For security measures, he ensured that only 2 people could directly enter the headquarters. Him and the Guardian. However, he forbade the Guardian from ever leaving that small world. So he was the only person who knew its location and could physically enter. All the other sleepers had to use talismans or special magical talismans to relay information inside before the Guardian properly stored them. The more Tian thought about it, the angrier he became. And it was not because he lost something that took him hundreds of millions of years to create, but because many of these men had accompanied him since his first life. They were the remnants of his past life, his only real attachment in this foreign era. Now they were all gone. Furthermore, the core of the sleepers were these people's descendants, and he just watched them die while helpless. He remembered his promise to give them a better life after he achieved his goal. Tian looked at his hand, feeling the anger and helplessness he was trying to suppress. It was the same feeling he had when he held Ninger in his arm, watching her slowly die. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. He thought after so many years after his strength reached such a level, he would never feel the same way. But today he received a reminder. He was still that weak individual incapable of protecting the things he loved. Nothing had changed. Wang Wei, you wait. You'll pay for this. Di Tian took a deep breath to control his emotions. He sensed someone coming to talk to him. Young master, big news, said Di Jia. I know, replied Di Tian before frowning. His eyes suddenly turned all black as he looked at Di Jia. Death's omen? Is she going to die soon? Immediately, he connected her death to the recent event. I don't know if it is really Wang Wei who wants her dead, but better be safe than sorry. Di Tian then asked to talk to his father before instructing the latter to place Di Jia in a secure location where only the clan's most loyal individual resides. Subsequently, he discussed the recent event before dealing with the current problem. Most of his sleepers in the Myriad Emperor were now dead, essentially crumpling his spying agency. Although he still had the D clan's network, it was not the same. So he contacted his clone to send some sleepers from another world community. Although they were a very small group compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to rebuild. I should have developed the outer sleepers more. He only created the outer sleepers to help him gather information and some rare resources from other world communities, and to have a backup in case something went wrong in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he never focused too much on developing them. He now regretted his decision. Chapter 562 Ultimate Glorious Age. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After 2 days, he was now back in his prime state. He finally checked the communication talisman Wang Ju sent him, making him frown slightly. Did he detect something? Thought Wang Wei. It seems I may be unable to get my hands on Di Jia. After deciding to try a wait-and-see approach, he left his seclusion to stretch his body. He had many things to do and would return to a retreat soon. But he decided to check on the sect's affairs first. After all, he was still the sect master. As such, he had a conversation with the elders to ensure there was no problem, and the sect's plan to develop in the lower realm had no issues. Once he finished, he flew back to his mountain to continue his cultivation. As a sect master, he could use Tianwei Peak as it had the most spiritual qi and was the best environment for cultivating in the sect. However, Wang Wei loved the comfort of his home, so he rarely used it. He even planned to move the spiritual energy from Tianwei Peak to his fate-transcending mountain. After arriving home, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. What's the matter? We have a few things that require your attention. Wang Wei motioned for her to head inside before hearing her. A protected environment was better for these kinds of conversations. Wang Ju then handed him a list with a bunch of names. These names are the sleepers who infiltrated the army of the other Heaven Chosens. 300 years ago, after you entered the trial, Feng Lijuan, Chen Chun, Sun Jialong, and Huang Yuan began to slowly and methodically eradicate them from their groups. Although they did it slowly and intermittently, they started doing it simultaneously. So, they wanted to hide their trials? Making it seem that eradication was natural? Exactly, replied Wang Ju. The key point is Mo Xingyun. The Mo family did a sweep of the sleepers and eliminated most of them in their clans. In this cleanup, even our fate shadow guards did not survive. I see. Mo Xingyun most likely has a method to detect the agents and sold it to these Heaven Chosens. There is even a high possibility that they are in an alliance. Yes, that's the conclusion we came to. Many Heaven Chosens have been removing the sleepers from their armies, including from the sea race. Them? Did they finally begin to move? Yes. The Heaven Chosen representing the sea race in this generation's Heaven will battle is Yi Lianqing, an abyssal squid. What's that? Asked Wang Wei, as he had never heard of such a species. That's what he calls himself. However, he is probably from the deep squid race but had some mutation. You don't sound too sure? The deep squid race supports Yi Lianqing, but their relationship seems odd. Moreover, Yi Lianqing is very secretive. So far, all we know is that he beat all the heaven chosen of the sea race, had a confrontation with Sun Jiaolong, and almost killed the latter. Wang Wei nodded as he did not care much about Sun Jiaolong. He allowed the other to escape after taking the human destiny sword, because he knew the great Wu Crown Prince had a high affinity with destiny Dao, and letting him live might help him gather the luck-condensing treasure of the other races. What happened to Xiao Songxi? He lost to Yi Liancheng. However, he is now in the process of taking the patriarch position from his half-brother. Wang Wei smacked his lips as he could guess what was going on. Xiao Songxi's father had another child that was pure Baishi. Now these two brothers were fighting for control over the clan. There is something else you should know, said Wang Ju. What is it? Our spy has heard a rumor that the Baishi clan has a 5-star star sage sealed, and Xiao Songxi wants to become the patriarch to get access to it. So he wants to ask the star sage how to prove the Tao in this generation? Even how to become an eternal emperor, muttered Wang Wei to himself. How credible is that rumor? It's not very credible. If the Baishi clan had a star sage of that level, they would have used it long ago. Unless they find a way to increase the bloodline of a lesser star sage, commented Wang Wei. The star sage bloodline is one of the few very restrictive bloodlines. There has never been a precedent of one person going from 1 star to 2 stars, let alone achieve the highest 5 stars level. Usually that would be the case. But this is a glorious age. Unlike anything that has ever been seen. Anything is possible. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to justify his wild guess. He was speaking based on a recent observation from the trial. There were too many high-level heaven chosens. All the top individuals who participated in the trial have the talent and potential to break the barrier between mortal and immortals. It could be for only a brief moment through secret techniques with a terrible price, or even using some treasures or unique methods. Nevertheless, they had the potential. And that potential will also transfer in the form of becoming eternal emperors. Wang Wei would not be surprised if all these people became eternal emperors in their respective heaven-will world. All this information indicated that a glorious age was occurring throughout the entire endless void. This conclusion might sound absurd, but Wang Wei had other evidence to support his conjecture. The absolute chaos physique. Why did 9 of them appear in one generation? The first heavenly physique was precious not only for his power, but because it allowed individuals to wield outlaws and supreme outlaw Daos without consequences. Consequently, heavenly Tao will not grant this physique lightly. So, it is normal for hundreds of generations to pass by without the first physique showing up. The only exception is when some heaven-will world began a glorious age by sacrificing the heaven will of one generation to benefit the next one. And even then, the physique might not show up then. Yet, 9 of them appeared in one generation. No matter how anyone analyzed the situation, this is a statistical anomaly. And since nothing ever occurred for no reason, there must be an explanation for the anomaly. Wang Wei has a theory that involves the myriad emperor world, him and Di Tian. He believed these worlds' heavenly Tao sensed a shift in the endless void coming from the myriad emperor world, and they wanted to maintain balance. If Wang Wei proves the Tao, he will bring significant changes to the endless void. However, not every world wants to change, nor do they want someone from another world to make that change. Furthermore, the changes he will bring will grant him tremendous power, to be precise, unchecked power. Heavenly Tao is all about balance and order, and they do not like people who can easily overthrow the entire table and break the balance. If Di Tian proves the Tao, from the conversation Wang Wei had with his dead wife, he could tell the latter was on the verge of madness. With the power he will acquire after becoming an eternal emperor, who could stop him if he went on a rampage in the endless void? So, Wang Wei believed that these heavenly Daos across different world communities had created a glorious age in the entire endless void, to eventually balance the two of them, and manage the influence the myriad emperor world would have during their resurgence. He believed this is why so many peak heaven chosen suddenly popped out of nowhere, making it seem as if achieving immortal venerable strength was common. Wang Wei even suspected the real mastermind behind this move of balance was the true heavenly Tao from the upper dimension. Although he did not have any concrete proof for his theory, nor could he verify the truth through divination, he felt he was correct. As such, He will proceed with his plans bearing this information in mind. Keep a watch on Xiao Songxi and the Baishi clan. Even if the rumors might be unsubstantiated, it's best to be on the lookout, just in case. As you wish. Is there anything else? Nothing that you need to concern with immediately, replied Wang Ju, who suddenly remembered something. I don't know if this news is important, but a Wang clan member from the ancient clans traveled with Huafeng Huang. Is that so? I'll pay attention, replied Wang Wei. How about my parents? How is their mortal dust proceeding? So far there is no trouble. During mortal dust, Wang Tian and Yu Yan sealed their memories. Although they can regain it in an emergency, it would break the tempering process. So, the people of the sect are secretly protecting them. Suddenly, he thought of something not pleasant. Wang Wei took out his sect master token and ordered a 5-root Dao ancestor to protect his parents secretly. After finishing, he dismissed Wang Ju before using his divine sense to check on the supreme cottage. His grandfather was on a long retreat to repair his Dao heart. Wang Wei designed many scenarios similar to how he did to cultivate his ever-changing Dao heart. He hoped they would help him repair his Dao heart, but he did not know if it would be successful in the end. If his grandfather could not elevate his Dao heart to a certain level, he would not be able to become Dao ancestor or immortal venerable to enact his plan to defeat Emperor Nine Suns. After checking on the cottage and noticing the latter was still in retreat, he focused on his own retreat. Memories Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon_4421 for the gift. In his retreat, the first thing Wang Wei did was absorb the tempering qi he received as a reward for the willpower trial. With it, he opened 720,000 acupoints and 28 primordial dragon force of strength. And it only took him a week. Since he had another 3 weeks before the subsequent trial, he focused on his other tasks. He briefly checked on his incarnations, mainly on the Fate incarnation, since he wanted to know the progress of the Fate Palace. Finally, he began to review the talisman Miscellaneous One gave him, trying to see if he could refine an immortal tier pill. After watching the process and explanation, Wang Wei frowned. The divine runes needed for a pill of that level were at least 10,000 times more complex than the best quasi-emperor pill. However, he could still manage with his soul. The problem was the immortal qi needed to engrave the runes, and he did not have that. Could I convert spiritual qi or innate qi into immortal qi? Thought Wang Wei as he pondered the feasibility of this method. He then reviewed all the knowledge he had about immortal venerables. He even went to the sect's secret archive to acquire more. Immortal venerable have something called immortal mansion inside their dantian, or divine sea. It is essentially an organ used to convert spiritual qi into immortal qi. As long as an immortal venerable continues to expand their divine sea and acquire more qi, they can increase their realm to immortal sovereign, and eventually immortal king. Additionally, immortal venerables can increase their classification. A cultivator becomes 1 leaf or 2 leaf based on talent, control, and understanding of energy. A talented person can immediately become a 9-lead immortal venerable after establishing their immortal mansion and refining their first string of qi. At the same time, cultivators can also purify their qi to reach higher quality, leaf, before trying to reach higher realms. However, the process requires a lot of time and resources. Higher forms of neutral energy like innate or chaos qi are easier to convert into immortal qi, and the conversion rate is higher. So 1 string of innate qi might convert to 10 strings of immortal qi. 1 string of chaos qi was worth 100 strings of immortal qi, and 10 strings of spiritual qi equaled 0. 1 string of immortal qi. Wang Wei wrote these numbers in front of him to better visualize the concept of immortal qi, even though he knew they had no basis. And as he observed them, he wondered how he could convert spiritual qi into immortal qi for pill refining. He first thought of his qi flower that could create spiritual and innate qi. Maybe if he knew enough about immortal qi, he could program it to create immortal qi. After all, the flower was connected to the source qi space. Consequently, anything related to the source qi space is inherently dangerous, so Wang Wei did not want to mess with that place and place himself in deep trouble. So he wanted a second solution before trying this one. The answer he came up with was the origin pill flame that had the power of good fortune, which could change anything rotten to something magical. If he considered spiritual qi as something rotten and immortal qi as something magical, he could convert between the two with the flame. Wang Wei analyzed this possibility for the next few hours. And the more he pondered the issue, the more likely it became. So he exhaled deeply as he muttered, "The Origin Pill Flame Sutra is truly magical. Regarding uniqueness, it rivals the Origin Path Scripture and Wu Hong's Sealing Sutra." As soon as Wang Wei uttered these words, he suddenly paused as something clicked inside his mind. He always found the Origin Pill Flame Sutra unique compared to other emperor scriptures. The level of intricacy and profoundness of this scripture was similar to Wu Hong's, the Origin Path Scripture, and the Heaven-Slashing Sutra of the Sword Empress, all eternal emperors. After using this scripture to refine his primordial spirit, Wang Wei wanted to ask Wu Hong if there was something unique about the Danyuan emperor. However, he always seemed to forget to ask. It's like there was this power that was subtly manipulating my memories and making me overlook the idea of the pill ancestor as an eternal emperor. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei felt another click inside his mind. He closed his eyes as he mobilized his soul to the limit. He sensed two invisible power affecting his memories. One was very subtle but unresponsive, and the other was more aggressive. He focused on the more aggressive one as he knew it was the source of the anomaly he discovered through his quantum array. Wang Wei immediately noticed he could not remove or seal that aggressive power. However, he also found its function. The power was blurring some of his specific memories. To be precise, the memories of someone. And no matter how much Wang Wei focused or what method he used, he could not see the person in the memory, so he reviewed the memory countless times, trying various methods. Then he sensed something. It was the emotion of hatred. Wang Wei then used the trick he learned from Suya to read the unique emotion released by a person, and he immediately sensed an indescribable rage, hatred, fear, and desire to kill. Using these intense emotions as a guide, he bypassed the aggressive memory-blocking power and saw a hooded figure staring at him. During the trial's dinner party, when he entered the pagoda, every time he fought or watched a battle, the hooded figure would stare at his every move. On a few occasions he locked eyes with the hooded figure, but as soon as he moved his head away, he would forget the latter. He would forget the latter even when he watched the hooded figure through the quantum arrays. What a weird power. What a creepy person, thought Wang Wei as he decided how to act next with his new information. Suddenly, his communication talisman activated, and his eyes lit up once he saw who it was. Perfect timing. "Wife, I miss you dearly." "Really? How much did you miss me? You have no idea how miserable life has been without you. The world seemed to lose color without your presence. I miss your smile that could make all infinite Taoists bloom. I miss your touch that made my heart beat louder than the echoes of the universe. Damn it. Although I know you are only saying sweet words, I cannot help but smile," replied Wu Hong, with a brilliant smile. "I meant every word. And I don't doubt you. So, did you miss me as much as I missed you?" "No." Crack. Wang Wei held his wounded heart, his face full of shock and endless grief. "I have to say your acting skills have gotten better," said Wu Hong. "I know, right? I think it's the result of my thick skin derived from aging. It's not bad to become an old monster." Wu Hong shook his head. 10,000 years old was nothing but a baby in the cultivation world. "You still have no proclaim how much you miss me. Although I'm not as good with words as you, I think I can still express my feelings in a poetic way," said Wu Hong before thinking of her words. Then, she whispered many sweet words to Wang Wei, and he reciprocated them. For the next few hours, this young couple did nothing but express their love and affection through flowery words. They did not care how cringy their lovey-dovey act was, and enjoyed the moment. Finally, they became serious. "So, how is your seclusion? How is that thing going?" "Better than expected. That woman Xiaoning has spent a lot of time understanding the concept of perfection, making my job easier." "That's good. Do you have a rough calculation as to when you will finish?" "I honestly do not know. However, I should finish quicker than I previously anticipated." "All right," said Wang Wei with a bit of sadness. He missed having his wife around, talking to her. Overall, he missed being in her presence. Anyway, I wanted to ask you if the Danyuan Emperor was an eternal. He had figured out how to deal with the soft memory affecting power. All he had to do was have one of his spirit particles hold the desire to ask the question. Before the power could activate, move it to another spirit particle. This tactic allowed him to delay the soft power indefinitely. He is indeed an eternal emperor. I knew it. So what is his story? Why did he have to hide the fact he was an eternal? Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei always felt it was weird that none of the profession ancestors were eternal emperors, since they essentially rebuilt the myriad emperor world's cultivation civilization. Since Emperor Kong could receive a boost to achieve the status of eternal emperor, at least one of these people should have received a boost for their accomplishment. Qin Zhu's situation is a little complicated, replied Wu Hong as she tried to remember the detail. Red Cauldron Empyrean was a talented pill refiner. However, she was injured in the attempt to enter the Paragon realm. So, she decided to refine a unique pill that would not only help her heal but also help in her breakthrough. Wait, you don't only need to comprehend 90% of the Grand Tao Source to become a Paragon. Of course not. Cultivating in the immortal stage is not simple, no matter the path. Can you give me an example? Wu Hong glared at him. I know we are going off track, but I'm curious. Let me think. Empyreans can create life at will, but Tao rulers can do so as well in their inner world. They require living beings to help them bear higher percentages of the Grand Tao Source. Immortal sovereigns also have something similar to help them gather and purify qi. I am sure there is a difference between the three. Can you elaborate? Don't you want to know about the Danyuan Emperor? I do, but this current topic has piqued my interest. Whatever. Empyreans create life to help them understand the Grand Tao Source. You can think of it as an aid to shorten the time needed for cultivation. Even then, it still takes you on epochs? Exactly. That's why things like merit, luck, and incense are extremely valuable in the Eternal Ascension world. I see. What about the others? Tao rulers can create life in their inner world. However, these lives cannot live for long outside of the inner world. So most Tao rulers will take people from the inside and place them inside their inner worlds instead. So population is a valuable resource. That's scary, said Wang Wei. Indeed. Immortal sovereigns can create something called life projection inside their dantian to help manage their immortal mansion. Life projection is essentially a projection of people. They are imaginary people. Inside the dantian, these people are real, but outside, they do not exist. They have no genuine existence. I see, muttered Wang Wei. I'm guessing they also have ways to deal with the issue? Yes. They usually absorbed souls to fuel the life projections and compensate for their deficiencies. Wang Wei shook his head. With these immortals all powerful and not restrained by karma, he could imagine the life of mortals in the upper dimension was worse than hell. It's not as bad as you imagine, said Wu Hong. Life projections are immortal as long as their creator is alive. So, many people voluntarily offer their souls since this is another form of achieving immortality. As for the people entering Tao ruler's inner world, it is also a way of safety and living a peaceful life. Wang Wei nodded. Alright, you can tell me about Qin Zhu. I did not even know that was the Danyuan Emperor's real name. Where was I? Yes, Red Cauldron Empyrean. The final step for her refinement was for the pill to gain sentience and experience samsara. However, one of her rivals, Steel Cauldron Empyrean, learned of her action and interfered with the pill's reincarnation. He made the pill aware of its creator and its ultimate fate. And as you can guess, that pill was the Danyuan Emperor. That could explain his talent for the pill, added Wang Wei. So what happened next? Qin Zhu immediately ran to the lower dimension, and even entered reincarnation again to hide from Red Cauldron. After being reborn in the myriad emperor world, he proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. I guess he planned to hide his status in case Red Cauldron decided to kill him one day, but was unaware of his status as an eternal, and he could secretly revive. So he erased this information from history, and left some subtle means to prevent anyone from deducing the truth. From your tone, I'm guessing his plan did not work. Yes. By the time he ascended, Red Cauldron Empyrean had a fortunate encounter that allowed her to become a paragon. However, her soul was incomplete because she used a part of it to refine that pill. So, was the final fate of the Danyuan Emperor being absorbed? No. He was smart and quickly ran into primordial chaos, traveling to other chaos worlds to hide. By the time he returned to the Eternal Ascension world, he was already a boundless paragon. So he dealt with Red Cauldron? Wang Wei guessed it would not be much of a battle between a normal paragon and a boundless one. However, he was unsure since he was not knowledgeable on the topic. No, replied Wu Hong. They became Dao companions. Enemies to lovers? I did not see that coming. Most people did not. However, the two became a famous pill refining couple. I've bought many pills from them, and even learned about runes from the Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei briefly analyzed the information he had just received. I've theorized that material alchemy should have become the mainstream in the Myriad Emperor world. Did the Danyuan Emperor learn of divine rune alchemy in the upper dimension? He got the idea from there, but he did not directly bring it from there. The divine runes he created were based on the laws of the Myriad Emperor world. Do you think he spread it to other world communities? Probably to a few. I guess he did not want to be too much in the limelight. So if he did, probably only a few instead of the entire endless void. That makes sense. What about the other profession ancestors? Were they also eternal emperors? No. Why not? With their accomplishment, the destiny of that time, I don't see why Heavenly Tao would not give them a boost. The talisman and weapon ancestors were very arrogant individuals. They refused Heavenly Tao's aid, and only became pseudo-eternal emperors. The Formation Emperor only became a pseudo-eternal emperor because of the boost. What about my ancestor? Did he rely on merit? No, he relied on himself. But he did receive a lot of merits. Yes, which helped him cultivate faster than most people in the immortal stage. The same for the Sword Empress. That makes sense. Heavenly Tao that has emotion will break the principle of balance that they should operate. So removing their emotions and even ensuring they could no longer have emotions would grant her a lot of merits. Analyzed Wang Wei. From what he knew from the Sword Empress, her power existed to this day, preventing any Heavenly Tao from acquiring emotion and intelligence in the entire lower dimension. I'm guessing it was the same for you as well? After you dealt with the devil race? Yes. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something and asked, was there an ultimate glorious age during your time as well? What's that? When a glorious age occurred throughout the endless void, with unparalleled geniuses appearing everywhere. He also told her about his theory. Wu Hong paused for a moment. Now that you mention it, it was indeed like that. The devil race had conquered more than 95% of the endless void, but it was on the decline during my period. When I traveled to other world communities, I met numerous genius that could be considered the sons/daughters of an era, and had unparalleled talents. They probably resulted from Heavenly Tao revolting against the devil race. Wu Hong remembered the time she left the Myriad Emperor world with great fondness. She met many talented individuals, defeated many, and became friends with a few. That specific period was the first time in her life she felt free, not having to worry about being constantly hunted down. It was when she built her confidence, since she no longer had to always hear that it was her honor to be desired by the Devil Prince. She also no longer felt the weight of the world crushing her. As she witnessed the suffering of various races throughout the endless void, she no longer felt her mission as a daughter of destiny was a burden, but a choice she consciously made. It also helped to know she was not alone. I remember this kid who was collecting absolute chaos physique, proclaiming that he would create the greatest body refining scripture of all time, she said with a brilliant smile. Did you meet anyone with the Nine Extremity Foundation? Said Wang Wei after momentarily being enamored by that smile. Wu Hong slightly frowned as some memories she could not previously remember suddenly appeared in her mind. Beside me there was none. You also had this foundation? Not exactly. After I defeated Dition's reincarnation, I sealed his foundation and absorbed it as my own before taking the heaven will. Later, after I ascended, I learned I had a pseudo-incomplete 9-extremity foundation. So, I hunted an eternal emperor with a complete 1 to perfect mine. Wang Wei gave her a thumbs up. He did not expect less from her. Now that we are on the subject, what happened to the absolute beginning emperor? You said he was in limbo, implying someone killed him? Li Taishuang's fate. The absolute beginning emperor's story is slightly complicated, replied Wu Hong. Firstly, he was from the upper dimension. He was a heaven chosen cultivated by the Tai profound gate in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Well, that might explain his overwhelming hatred for Buddhism and all things incense. You are more correct than you think, added Wu Hong. Oh, seems like there are some secrets. Wu Hong nodded before organizing her thought. To understand Li Taishuang's story, you must understand the story of Li Bo, his father. In the eternal ascension world, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism has been going on since the dawn of time. And for countless eras, Taoism always had the advantage, until the arrival of the Maitreya Mother Buddha. She revolutionized the philosophies of Buddhism, while also creating the concept of incense itself in the eternal ascension world. With her as the leader of Buddhism, they finally overtook Taoism and became the most powerful religion. However, all things that rise must also fall, similar to Taoism. After an incalculable amount of years, after Buddhism's luck reached the pinnacle, they finally began to decline, and Taoism was on the rise. The first indication of this shift was the appearance of Li Bo. When he appeared, he was a peak paragon, 100% Grand Tao source, who could fight peak boundless paragons. He was an unmatched genius. Li Bo created the Tai Profound Gate, and quickly became the de facto leader of Taoism in the eternal ascension world. However, Li Bo hated incense, and the philosophies he introduced in Taoism outlawed the use of incense. Wu Hong suddenly felt parched, so she stopped and took out some tea, ignoring the weird look Wang Wei gave him. I'm guessing his radical views on incense did cause some trouble? Asked Wang Wei. Correct. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with incense. And although Taoism could not use as effectively as Buddhism, it was still a great tool in their fights against their competitor. Were there any consequences? Many Taoist factions decided to stop following him. However, they were in the minority. However, Li Bo did try to ban incense in the entire eternal ascension world, but some people put him in his place. So he focused on his battle against Buddhism? Exactly, replied Wu Hong as she sipped her tea. So Wang Wei decided to follow and take out his own tea. As such, while this couple communicated through formation, they also had a tea party. Despite how Li Bo felt about incense, he knew it was the main advantage of Buddhism in their conflict. However, he also knew it was difficult for him to eliminate incense in the upper dimension. So he targeted the lower dimension? Correct. And this is when Li Taishuang, the absolute beginning emperor, came into the picture. He had the same hatred for incense as his father since it had been ingrained in him since he was young. And it did not help that his mother died to a Buddhist monk in a confrontation. Poor guy, Wang Wei commented nonchalantly. Not really. I'm 90% sure that Li Bo orchestrated his wife's death to ensure his son's absolute hatred for Buddhism. How cruel. However, from what little I know about this Li Bo, I'm not surprised, Wang Wei answered as he suddenly remembered something. Wait, was his mother a great emperor? No, an empyrean. So, the absolute beginning emperor was the son of a paragon and an empyrean? I'm suddenly full of envy. He could imagine the talent of the absolute beginning emperor, and he was slightly envious. So, is there a name for his kind? In the eternal ascension world, there are so many of these different children, making them not that relevant. Only in the lower dimension are there specific classifications for them. So whether it is emperor child, empyrean childs, paragon childs, or a combination of them with other immortal beings, they are referred to as Tao chosens. People chosens by the Tao upon their birth. I see, it makes things less complicated, replied Wang Wei. I still envy them their talent and their background. Wu Hong ignored the urge to say these children would still be jealous of his paragon quality soul, so she continued her story. Li Bo sent his son to the lower dimension to destroy, and as you know, he succeeded. I thought the absolute beginning emperor did what he did because of Chi of Calamity, said Wang Wei. That was involved too. Li Bo was a cunning man. He schemed against the Maitreya Buddha, and during one of their confrontations, he used some method to create an incense backlash. The backlash divided the Maitreya Buddha's mind into two, her Buddhist and devil sides. While she dealt with this problem, Li Bo had plenty of time to develop Taoism and plan things. Unfortunately, as the leader of Buddhism, the Maitreya Buddha was connected to all the incense they gathered, even the ones in the lower dimension. Her devil side began to affect all the Buddhist monks. The one in the upper dimension had ways to offset this influence, but not all the ones in the lower dimension. Is that why they began to act crazy in their gathering of incense, to the point of irrationality and madness? Yes, replied Wu Hong. She even helped them by granting them the Western Pure Bliss land. I know her, and she was in her right Ming. She would never have done this. Wang Wei sighed. Is this the fate of mortals when they are connected to powerful entities? Maitreya Buddha could be said to be responsible for both the creation and destruction of the incense era. You could say that. So what happened next? True heavenly Tao did not want the influence of Maitreya Buddha to completely spread throughout the lower dimension as it appeared it would. So it lowered Chi of Calamity on the Buddhist monks to help increase their madness and decrease their intelligence and decision-making, an act that would increase the hatred they garnered from other races and factions, encouraging them to band together. Finally, it also gave some Chi of Calamity to ensure that nothing went wrong on Li Taishuang's side. Regrettably, that only escalated his already deep hatred. Is that why he even eradicated the god race and other races connected to incense? Probably. Now I feel bad for him, said Wang Wei in a tone that was hard to believe whether he was genuine or not. So what caused his death? Li Taishuang eventually ascended. Under his father's care, he soon became a boundless paragon. However, the Maitreya Mother Buddha finally dealt with her devil's side. She even managed to kill Li Taishuang. As for Li Bo, he was schemed and killed by Taoist. I can't say his name, or hell no. Wu Hong did not dare say his name since even her main body, at her peak, would have to be careful when saying that man's name after the events of the ultimate taboo. Now you pique my interest. All you need to know is that another person became the leader of Taoism after killing Li Bo. He's responsible for preventing Li Taishuang from completely being annihilated by the Maitreya Buddha, since he wanted the latter's magic to remain in the lower dimension. So, what was the result between Buddhism and Taoism? Did any of them win? No, there is currently a balance between the two, as they are now even considered partners on some issues. However, if you were to analyze the situation, you would discover Taoism has an advantage in overall strength, while Buddhism wins in terms of popularity or prestige. So one has power while the other is loved by the people. I guess you could put it that way. Wang Wei nodded as he analyzed the information he had just received. He felt that Feng Heng was a pawn in reviving Buddhism in the lower dimensions, and when he accepted the future Buddha scroll, he also entered the game and already chose a side. Whatever. Let's deal with the issue when it arrives. I always felt that the Myriad Emperor world was involved in too many world-changing events affecting the lower and upper dimensions. You're correct. And that's because of your ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor. Qiyuan Emperor, Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Genghis Khan and Wazi for the gift. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. But after thinking about the things he read about his ancestor from the secret archive, he was not surprised. His ancestor was a brilliant cultivator, not just because he created the origin system. Back in his time, the Qiyuan Emperor was known as the man with 3,000 Daos, which was not because he cultivated chaos Dao. The reason was that he had 3,808 talents in the supernatural realm. Each of his talents represented one of the primary and original Dao that made up existence or the universe. The records did not mention the classification of his talents, so most of them were probably normal ones. But the fact that he had so many of them proved his talent luck, and strength. Tiyuan lived in a special period of the Myriad Emperor world. The world had just gone through a civilization destruction era, forcing cultivators to restart from scratch. In that period, any knowledge related to cultivation was precious beyond measures. Cultivators would fight for a Tier 1 scripture from ancient times, meaning a scripture that could only cultivate to the body refining realm. Furthermore, cultivators refused to share their techniques because they were precious. Of course, a few intelligent individuals realized this was the perfect opportunity for them to rise. They began to create a cultivation system of their own. Most truly talented cultivators at that time could only develop cultivations techniques that were perfectly suited to them. Only if someone had similar body types as the creator could they cultivate these techniques, and these individuals would never reach the same height as their predecessors. Another way to cultivate these techniques was if someone was talented enough to modify them to suit their bodies. Subsequently, a few geniuses created a perfect cultivation system suited for everybody. Unfortunately, their fate was death at the hands of the ancient aristocratic clans. Before the establishment of the ancient emperor era, the Myriad Emperor world was still recuperating from the Null era, resulting in no heaven will manifesting in countless generations. Nevertheless, the ancient clans survived the catastrophe while preserving the cultivation system of the old era. As such, even though they were severely injured and recuperating, they still had the power to rule the Myriad Emperor world. These clans ensured that no genius would spread a new system, or any factions would rise to take power. The ancient clans only needed to wait until the world source regenerated itself. They could cultivate another great emperor and rule the new era with their advantage of resources and cultivation systems. Everything proceeded smoothly until the Wang clan birthed an ambitious young man. As the heir of the Wang clan and the most powerful heaven chosen of the clan, he had the destiny to bring the ancient clan to greatness. However, the young man saw the downside of the rule of his clan. The environment was not suitable for the ancient cultivation system to thrive. If it became mainstream, it was only a matter of time before the resources of the Myriad Emperor world would be sucked dry. So Wang Chishan, as he was known back then, told his concerns to his elders. He even suggested that they create a new cultivation system to spread. A new system could solve this problem and bless the clan with enough chi luck to survive for countless generations. Unfortunately, the elders declined. The primordial body system they currently use was created by the heaven-opening emperor, the ancestor of their Wang clan. So these pedantic elders refused his proposition with no room for debate. However, they acknowledge his concern over resources. So they plan not to spread the cultivation system even after cultivating a new great emperor. Instead, they will hoard all cultivation resources to ensure that all the emperors came from the ancient clan, creating a monopoly. Wang Chishan became appalled after hearing this. He argued with his clans and the others. But no one listened to him. If he were not the most talented individual of his time, his status would have been revoked, or worse, he would have been killed or imprisoned. Nevertheless, Wang Chishan began to plan for his future as he knew it was not in this family. He used his political skills to turn many Wang clan members into his allies while creating his own cultivation system. After reaching the supernatural realm, Wang Qishan's treachery was discovered, and the ancient clan hunted him down. The details of his escape were briefed, but Wang Wei theorized that this escape might have been his ancestors' outlaw trial since Origin Dao was an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei was not too sure about this since there was another incident that could have been his trial. After leaving the ancient clan, Wang Chishan eventually met a very talented young man from a cultivation family. His name was Li Ming, also known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. Li Ming's family had a unique cultivation system. However, he was not suited for it, making him an outcast. Nevertheless, Li Ming was very talented, so he developed a plethora of methods to temper his body to be on par with supernatural realm cultivators, overwhelming his family and becoming the patriarch. After meeting Li Ming, the two became friends rapidly. It was as if their meeting was fate, written in the stars. They did not waste time becoming sword brothers. And after spending time with Li Ming, Wang Chishan learned a great deal about the body, allowing him to create the divine body realm in his new system, even making up for some of the flaws in the body refining realm. The two optimized the already existing realms, and even completely changed some of them. Afterward, the two began to travel worldwide, and through otherworld communities. They learned about other cultivation systems based on Taoism, Buddhism, bloodline, martial arts, soul, etc. They learned from them to perfect the system. With each new system he would improve the origin system. And it was during this time that Wang Qishan invented the concept of innate talent, and made the origin system unique. Then, the two encountered a great danger in another world community that caused them severe injuries. Luckily, a young lady from a wealthy family saved them, despite her family's disapproval. Her name was Yanhai, and her name would one day be known throughout the endless void. The Sword Empress. After meeting Yanhai, Wang Qishan knew someone had sealed her talent for the sword. And after a quick investigation, he knew the heavenly Tao of her world had sentience. So it sealed her out of fear for her talent and future potential. The records on this period are not much. Most likely, there might have been some trouble with Yanhai's family. However, what is left is that these three began their travel together around the endless void, fighting other heaven chosens and perfecting their cultivation system. After accomplishing their tasks, these three returned to the Myriad Emperor world to spread this cultivation system without being detected by the ancient aristocratic clans. The process was not easy since the clans still had some immortal tier powerhouse alive. But they survived and succeeded in their actions. Then Wang Qishan participated in the Heavenwell battle, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. Afterward, he took the Wang clan that followed him, Yanhai, and Li Ming's family to create a sect, the Tao Opening Sect. He sealed the ancient aristocratic clans for a few generations to prevent them from messing up with his achievement. He then removed the karma for his sworn brother and sister, so they could prove the Tao in the subsequent generations. Unfortunately, Li Ming failed and did not become an emperor until much later. So what did my ancestor do? He has done many things. What he is most known for was the Battle of Origin. After becoming a peak boundless paragon, Qiyuan wanted to change the origin of the Myriad Emperor world to bless with the most luck and destiny, making it a focal point of all history of the entire Eternal Accession world. If he succeeded, the Myriad Emperor world would have the most eternal emperors, the most pseudo-eternal emperors, and first-class emperors. Most major incidents that would affect the entire Chaos world would be linked to it in one way or another. The Myriad Emperor world would become the epicenter of this Chaos world. That would explain a lot, nodded Wang Wei. The innate acquire war began in this plane, and there are rumors it also ended here. Then there is the Buddhist catastrophe and the end of the devil race, two events also connected to the upper dimension. I'm guessing he succeeded? Yes, but it was not easy. All the paragons of the other world communities would not allow such a thing to happen, so they joined to stop him. A lot of paragons from the Myriad Emperor world came to help, but few also did not want this to occur as this move could place the world in danger. Then there were the paragons from the upper dimension, who also did not like the idea of some world in the lower dimension becoming the focal point of history. Wang Wei's eyes lit up more brilliantly than the sun. Did you participate in that battle? No, that was before my time, Wu Hong replied. However, I did travel through space-time to experience it myself. It was truly legendary. Qiyuan Sword Empress and the Battle Maniac fought and slaughtered so many paragons and others in this confrontation. Wang Wei's blood boiled as he listened. I wish I were present. Me too. Luckily, I was there for the second Battle of Origin. There was a second one? Yes. Qiyuan wanted to do the same, this time, for the entire Chaos universe. He wanted the Eternal Ascension world to be the focal point of all history of the Chaos universe. That battle involved countless paragons from other Chaos worlds, countless fiend gods, and other races. That battle also started the Golden Age of the Eternal Ascension world. If the Devil Invasion was the precursor to the Golden Age, the second Battle of Origin was the beginning, and the ultimate taboo was the end. Wu Hong remembered that epic battle as she killed many paragons, Tao monarchs, immortal kings, and fiend gods. So many Chaos worlds of any category died, not only her hands but also the paragons from the Eternal Ascension world. Of course, many of their own also fell. Did you guys succeed? You could say we did, and you could also argue we failed. Wang Wei nodded but no longer asked any more questions since it seemed this was not something she was willing to talk about. Then he found an anomaly. The battle maniac emperor was the 6th emperor of the sect. The time he proved the Tao was only a few 100 million years before yours. How could he already become a paragon? Before the devil invasion, time operated much quicker on the upper dimension than the now relatively synchronized time. Additionally, Qiyuan and Sword Empress ensured Battle Maniac became a paragon as quickly as possible. Their actions even created some conflict with the ancient Desolate Emperor and the Turtle Shell Emperor. Luckily, they solved their differences. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He enjoyed reading about the legends of his ancestors. However, he was not jealous since he had his own journey, and did not think it would be less epic. Although I have many more questions, I will stop avoiding the issue. So let's talk. Insecurities. Wang Wei directly told her about the conversation he had with his heart devil, his worries, and the flaws in his Tao heart. Wu Hong frowned slightly before ending the communication. Then she disappeared and appeared outside his retreat room. And after opening the formations for her, she entered so they could have a face-to-face conversation. The young couple sat opposite each other to have their conversation. I understand how you feel, but what do you want me to do to fix the situation? Asked Wu Hong. You should understand that there are some things I physically cannot say even if I want to. I'm aware of this and I've come to terms with that. Then what can I do? If you want, I can link my existence with yours. What does that mean? It means if you die, I die. And if I die, you also die. Wu Hong felt this was the best way to show her love and devotion to him, and how far she was willing to go to save this relationship. She never wanted any harm to come to him. Her main goal was to ensure that he did not have many regrets or suffer tragedies. At the same time, she wanted to meet him earlier than they did in the previous timeline, and create more beautiful memories. She did not want their relationship to go through all the dramas. Wang Wei looked at her deeply in the eyes before holding her hands. I never want you to have to prove your love for me. I know you love me and would be willing to die for me. And I would gladly do the same. Wang Wei sighed aloud. But I still have my insecurities. For heaven's sake. You are Empress Wu, a beautiful and renowned eternal emperor. No, a boundless paragon. Your name and beauty are probably known throughout primordial chaos. I cannot imagine how many men more handsome and capable than me who desire you. So why me? Why did you choose me of all people? Wang Wei did not evade her eyes as he said these words. I've thought about this many times. What is so special about me that you of all people choose me? The first explanation I used to convince myself was my potential. But upon deeper analysis, it did not make sense. My paragon soul made me unique, but I know for sure many people have the same soul or something similar. My background is nothing compared to your achievement. The only thing special about me is that I'm from Earth. But, with the recent encounter with Hong Jun, I doubt I'm the only one. Wang Wei paused as he felt his voice was slightly elevated, so he took a moment to control himself. I've thought about it all. I tried to convince myself that you did not care about these things as they were artificial. I convinced myself you love me because of who I am, my personality, or how I make you feel. But is that really enough? Are those things enough to make me worthy of you? Wang Wei once again sighed out loud. After his recent conversation with Heart Devil, he realized his real problem was not whether Wu Hong was planning his downfall. He did not care about that. He knew her and her character, so he did not think she would do such a thing. And even if she did, he did not mind dying for the chance at finding love. The real issue was his hidden insecurities about their companionship. Although Wang Wei was a confident person about his future, he had to admit he had many insecurities about his relationship with Wu Hong. Of course, the secrets they had to keep did not make things better. Even though he understood it was simply unavoidable. There was a significant gap in their status, and without filling it, he literally could not access these secrets. Yes, these things are enough, replied Wu Hong as she held his hands. I love you because you were not like these other men. You did not want me simply for my body, beauty, strength, or reputation. You treated me like a real person instead of the fame Empress Wu. You never tried to change to appease my likes or dislikes. You never wanted to change me into something I was not. You never wanted to possess me or treat me as a consoling prize for conquering the famous cold and prideful beauty, Empress Wu. Wu Hong looked slightly disgusted as she said the last sentence. She had met too many men like this. I love you because you were you, she said with great conviction, squeezing his hands and not wanting to let go. Even if heaven and earth had suddenly disappeared. And Wang Wei squeezed back. Now I acknowledge the power unbalance in our relationship. And I never want you to feel that you have to be worthy to be with me. I support you in your cultivation journey. Not because I want you to reach the same status as me or so that we can be socially compatible. I simply want to support you in all your endeavors, just like you have done or will do for me. I just want you or us to be happy. Wang Wei held her hands even tighter than before, then gently laid his foreheads against hers. I know this about you. And this is one of the many reasons that I love you. But sometimes, I cannot help my insecurities get the best of me. I know how you feel. You do. Of course, I have my own insecurities as well. What are you insecure about? You. Me. You have no idea how charming you are. Although I know I'm handsome, it's not to the point of causing insecurities. Look at all the women in my generation. They all want to kill me instead of being attracted by my charm, said Wang Wei with a smile. That's because you live in a glorious age. All the women in your generation are focused on the throne and have no time or desire for companionship, which would make things complicated for their future. However, after you prove the Tao and ascend with your looks, strength, achievement, smooth tongue, and personality, I can already foresee how many women will throw themselves at you. Wang Wei laughed joyously before he saw the sneering and severe look on Wu Hong's face. You're serious? She sneered even deeper. In the other timeline, Wang Wei had attracted so many women even though he was not as accomplished as he would be, and always being cold and indifferent like some emo kid. However, she could already imagine how things would be 100 times worse in this timeline. His future self will be irresistible to many immortal women that have lived for countless epochs, searching for the perfect Tao companion. I'm warning you right now, said Wu Hong with a deep tone. If you dare cheat on me, I will castrate you and seal your regeneration ability for 1,000 yuan epochs. Gulp. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva as he touched his legs. Just imagine not having his little Wang Wei for such a long time was the worst form of torture. And he would also imagine that the process would not be clean, not to mention the pain. Come on, give me some credit. I'm not Li Jun or Lin Fan. I would never do such a thing. Don't forget today's promise since I'm not playing with you. I promise, he hurriedly said with sweat falling down his back. Then, the two laughed out loud. Then Wang Wei felt a weight suddenly removed from his shoulder. His mind became refreshed, and his control over his power increased by a negligible amount. The flaw in his Tao heart was now gone, and he could not be happier. Wait, why don't we talk about you cheating? Women don't cheat, replied Wu Hong with no shame. Only men cheat. That's the worst double standard I've heard of. But it's true. Based on what? Because I said so, replied Wu Hong, and Wang Wei became speechless by this response. However, he soon lost the strength to argue when Wu Hong kissed him. Instantly, he gave up arguing for man's sake. At this moment, she was correct. While this young couple indulged in their animalistic instincts, a bird with enormous wings traveled in the endless space. The bird was unique as it had a small world inside its body. After traveling for a few days, the bird suddenly stopped, and the person living inside its body suddenly opened his eyes before appearing outside. The man looked at a compass in his hand before muttering, "We've arrived." As he looked around, the man thought, according to the information, I should be near the abyss gap. Luckily, I don't have to go deeper. The man then followed the compass to a specific location in the void. At first, there was nothing until the man used a few techniques to see an enormous pitch-black coffin appear. And before the man could do anything, even react, an irresistible power swallowed him. When he reappeared, he was in a dark and stale space. But before he could look around and analyze the situation, The man heard a deep voice. "I've finally found you." Limit breaker. An older man with long white hair tied loosely in a bun, a long white beard, and wearing a plain black robe, looked at the trespasser before him. His pure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire world, calmly looked at the young man before him. "A clone," the older man said in a deep voice. Then, his eyes seemed to penetrate an infinite distance to see a young man sealed underneath a mountain. Finally found a perfect 9-extremity Tao foundation. Although he cannot reach the absolute peak power of 5 root, it is still 5 root. "Who are you?" asked Tian's clone with vigilance. "And what do you mean you've been waiting for me?" He did not understand the words coming out of this person's mouth. Tian used a massive amount of luck to reach this place. Most of these lucks were gathered by sleepers when both Buddhism and the devil race were destroyed. Many people swallowed the chi luck of these two groups, and his sleepers took part in the feast. He tried using his luck to counter heavenly Daos scheming against him, but according to his calculation, his luck only allowed for his survival, and even his reincarnation. Otherwise, he might have reincarnated as an animal with no memories, or in some heaven-forsaken world with no chance at survival. In his last reincarnation, Tian used a lot of this luck to ensure that nothing unexpected occurred this time around. And now, he used the remaining to find a fortunate encounter that could help him break the limit of his 9th reincarnation strength, and win this generation's heaven will. The older man did not immediately reply to Tian. After observing his real body, he sensed something else. "Another one," he muttered as he found the source. Then, he saw a naked young man with gray hair and eyes lying on a bed with another woman. However, the older man's heart skipped a beat as the woman looked straight at him. Odd. Why does this person who only has the strength of an eternal emperor give me a sense of dread? No, why did she notice me in the first place? And why does she seem familiar? After thinking about it for a while, the older man decided not to think about the situation. He did not have time to waste. After a quick check, he saw the gray-eyes young man was an unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, but he was not perfect and would only have 4 root strength at best. Although commendable for having such a result with an unorthodox method, it was not what he was looking for. However, he sensed another extremity aura from that boy's body and checked. 3 root? Forget it. Then the older man searched the entire endless void for another 9-extremity foundation. He essentially saw almost every secret of the lower dimension, but did not find anything. Once he finished, the older man became a little more transparent. Finally, he laid eyes on Tian. "My name is Empyrean 9 Pillars. You can call me 9 Pillar." The clone immediately cupped his hands and said, "Young generation Tian has seen the noble Empyrean. I don't have time to waste, so we'll get to the point." 9 Pillar then explained the concept of the 9-extremity foundation to him, including the orthodox and unorthodox methods and the qualifications. However, Tian's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he clenched his hand. "So, you're telling me I did not have to go through all 9 reincarnations? I could have simply created 9 clones to get the power I want." He did not care about the so-called 9-extremity foundation. All he wanted was the power to revive his wife. And if he did not have to suffer through all these reincarnations, pain and failures, he could have proven the Tao countless eras ago. Don't be mad. The unorthodox method has the highest failure rate of the 2 approaches, and the difficulty of achieving perfection is 1,000 times more difficult. Furthermore, Samsara Tao is perfect for the orthodox method, having the highest chance of success through the constant nourishment after each reincarnation. And the fact you have comprehended a tiny part of existence made it easier for you to absorb your cultivation seed, thus boosting your success rate of achieving perfection. Unfortunately, Tian did not care what 9 Pillar said. For a moment, all he could think about was all the time he wasted. How he could have been holding his wife's body long ago, enjoying her warmth. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath to rain out his hatred and anger toward the world. 9 Pillar watched how Tian regained his composure. He analyzed that the latter accidentally walked on the orthodox path of the 9-extremity, and even achieved perfection through some level of luck or coincidence. Nevertheless, he knew this kid's situation should be special to require him to have to reincarnate so often. But he did not care about that. "I will tell you my story to understand my purpose in bringing you here," said Nine Pillar before giving a half-minute explanation of his life. He was born in the upper dimension, and his master, Emperor Red Spear, took him as a direct disciple when he was young. His master had high standards for him, so he immediately told Nine Pillar about the Nine Extremity Foundation with the hope of cultivating it. And Nine Pillar did not disappoint. After his master paid a hefty price to have an eternal emperor preach about existence to him, he managed to comprehend something. However, his master did not want him to walk the unorthodox path due to the low percentage of success, not to mention Red Spear wanted him to achieve perfection, or the power of 5 root. At the same time, he could not easily go through the orthodox method in the eternal ascension world, because of the stricter rules about samsara. No mortals can keep their memories intact after going through reincarnation. If they want to keep their memories, an Empyrean or Tier 11 cultivators at the weakest must use their powers to protect the mortal's memories. Furthermore, going through 9 reincarnations could have many complications in the upper dimension. So his master sent him to the lower dimension to accomplish the 9 Extremity Foundation. He abandoned his cultivation to start over. Then Nine Pillar tempered his soul's energy body, Tao heart, and willpower to the absolute peak before condensing his cultivation seed, or extremity seed, as that was the official name. He joined a powerful emperor lineage to gather resources. Because of the restrictions, his master could not help him in this aspect. Then when it was time, he did not fight for the heaven will, but reincarnated instead. After 9 reincarnations, Nine Pillar not only completed his 9 Extremity Foundation, but reached perfection with the battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor. However, Nine Pillar was not satisfied, so on his last reincarnation, he condensed 9 clones to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before absorbing them. His strength did increase drastically. According to his calculation, he had the battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor with 4.9% control of the Grand Tao source. Regrettably, Nine Pillar was not satisfied. As he felt the limit of the 9 extremity, he wanted to go beyond it. His master warned him that it was impossible, but he wanted to try. So he asked his master for him to find a way to remove the limitation of only 9 reincarnations. His master then used countless precious resources in the upper dimension to refine an immortal soul essence for him, allowing him to undergo 81 reincarnations. Nine Pillar figured if he could keep condensing his cultivation seed and absorb it through reincarnation, he might break the limit. But he was wrong. His battle strength increased to 4.999% control of Grand Tao source, but never 5%. He could not enter the realm of the Great Emperor. Nine Pillar then tried to have each of his incarnations to condense 9 clones each to break the limit, but it was useless. Despite this, he did not give up since he wanted to succeed. However, his master finally convinced him that it was futile, so Nine Pillar eventually proved the Tao to become an eternal emperor. He was among the most powerful eternal emperor of the upper dimension, making his master and sect proud. But Nine Pillar did not care about that. He had become obsessed with breaking the limit of the 9 extremity. So, after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, he entered primordial chaos to search for a method. He was prepared to abandon his cultivation and start again once he found it. That's how determined he was. And he did find what he wanted. Regrettably, a fiend god also wanted the thing that would help him. And after a battle, the fiend god killed him, and even eradicated his existence, history, and anything related to him. The only reason Nine Pillar survived for this long was because of a unique treasure he had, and because of his intense obsession to find a successor that could break that limit. He has little to no power left, so he spends most of his time in deep sleep, waiting for someone worthy to find the inheritance he scattered all over the world. But he did not expect someone to come directly to his door. Nine Pillar raised his hand, and a purple orb the size of a tennis ball appeared. This is a very rare primordial chaos treasure called the Limit Breaker. Its purpose is to remove limitations or restrictions. Fiend gods are restricted by the laws or attributes they are born with. So they love treasure like this since it can remove their bloodline limits. Great emperors, empyreans, and even paragons use this thing to remove the limitation of their talents and achieve higher realms of cultivation. There are even rumors that a unique limit breaker exists that allows paragons to reach the realm above. Of course, I think that's pure nonsense. Tion did not understand many of the words coming out of Nine Pillar. However, he understood the concept of removing restrictions. You said this thing could remove any restrictions? That's correct. Does it apply to taboo as well? What do you mean? I'm asking if someone could use this thing to remove the restriction that they cannot partake in certain taboos. Nine Pillar frowned slightly. Depends on the taboo. The taboo of perfection. The frown on his face became more profound. It would depend on the level of taboo. What do you mean? Perfection taboo has many nuanced complications, but it can be loosely divided into mortal and immortal perfection. Tion acted swiftly and showed Nine Pillar his memory of his wife, asking what level of perfection taboo she was. She appeared to be a peak mortal perfection. So would the limit breaker work on her? Yes, replied Nine Pillar with a deep frown. But I did not give it to you to revive your loved one. I gave it to you to break the 9 extremity limit. But, Nine Pillar raised his hand to interrupt him. Then he pointed at the purple as countless runes appeared above it before fusing with the orb. I've put a seal on it so it can only be used to break the 9 extremity limit. Otherwise it won't work. Tion's face became ugly after hearing this, and Nine Pillar secretly shook his head. He suddenly regretted choosing this person. Unfortunately, he waited for so long before he could find a suitable heir. Nine Pillar did not know how long he could last. But with his awakening, he knew it wouldn't be long. I guess I don't need to give him my other inheritances. His coffin was extremely precious, but he decided it would be buried with him. Nevertheless, he still had one last thing to do. I've studied the 10th extremity all my life, and one of the requirements I've determined is to have at least an emperor quality soul. Nine Pillar waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. This cauldron should help you achieve an innate emperor quality soul. Tion had controlled his emotions, hiding his thoughts deep in the back of his mind. So he respectfully asked, is there a difference between acquired and innate emperor soul? He knew great emperors would reach such quality after accessing the Grand Tao source. But he felt that Nine Pillar's words hinted at a difference. There is. People with innate emperor, empyrean, and even the rare paragon quality soul are numerous times more talented than people who have to acquire it through cultivation. A higher quality of soul increases comprehension, but people born with higher soul qualities are naturally more gifted than people who acquire them through cultivation. Not to mention, they also get a boost after accessing the Grand Tao source, added Nine Pillar. I don't have much time. The cauldron will refine your soul into an innate emperor soul, elevating your comprehension beyond your current state. Then you will be able to bear the power of the limit breaker and reach 10 extremity, Nine Pillar said with glowing eyes. Tion's woe. Nine Pillar had an expectant look, followed by regret. He knew he would not live to see his dream accomplished. However, he was satisfied with knowing it would eventually be fulfilled. He glanced at Tion before controlling the power of the coffin and using it on the limit breaker. He used the coffin to escape with this precious treasure from a fiend god. After so long, he knew his enemy was alive and even more powerful than ever. As such, he decided to take precautions to prevent the fiend god from sensing the limit breaker and coming after it. Nine Pillar handed the 2 treasures to the clone before waving his hand. In an instant, Tion's clone appeared before the mountain where the real body was. Meanwhile, Nine Pillar's gaze penetrated the upper dimension to check on his master and sect. And as expected, they were now all gone. He sighed deeply before shaking his head. He wanted to leave the coffin for his sect. But based on what he learned of the upper dimension, they could not keep such a treasure. So he decided to disappear with it. And that's exactly what he did. With his obsession removed, he had nothing to keep tethering him in the world of the living. So Nine Pillar and the coffin disappeared from this world as if they had never existed. Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Inside the sealed mountain, Tian looked at the limit breaker before him, deep in thought. What should I do? Which is the right choice? These questions echoed in the depth of his min, occupating all his thoughts. After syncing memories with the clone, he analyzed the situation, realizing he had to make an important choice. Absorb the limit breaker now or wait later to remove 9 Pillars seal. With Wang Wei as my opponent, I may not be able to win this generation's heaven will even with the 9 Extremity Foundation. So I need the limit breaker to prove the Tao. He never thought about going to other world communities to prove the Tao. Every great emperor has a special connection to the worlds they prove the Tao to, and he needed that connection to revive Ning. He used materials and laws from the myriad emperor world to create her. As such, she has an imprint in his world. An example of the imprint's importance was that she used it to live on for many years as a spirit. If Tian proves the Tao in another world, the plan he has to revive might fail, or at the very least, become hundreds of times more difficult since he could not access her imprints in the myriad emperor world. Tian looked at the purple orb floating before him, his eyes full of complex emotions. On the other end, after I prove the Tao and revive her, will she be my perfect Ninger or someone who just looks like her? Tian asked himself how he would feel if it was the latter, and he did not know the answer. He did not want to know. And with the limit breaker, he did not have to find the answer. His Ninger will be the perfect creature he envisioned and created. Then everything would be back to normal. Maybe Wang Wei will not reach the 10th extremity. Maybe I can still win with my current strength. He wanted to convince himself dearly of this truth. After all, a person as powerful as 9 Pillars searched for numerous Yuan epochs for a method. And he died after finding the answer. So it is not far-fetched that Wang Wei would fail, especially given the available time. But he knew better than anything to underestimate an enemy, especially someone like Wang Wei. Tian took a deep to enter a logical thinking state. I have 2 options. Find a way to break the 10th extremity limit on my own to use this limit breaker on Ninger, or find another limit breaker, or something of the same effect. As he analyzed the 2 options, none of them were ideal. Although he was intelligent, Tian knew it would not take intelligence to find a way to break the limit. Such a feat would require imagination and ingenuity, something Wang Wei seemed to have in abundance, but he did not. The second option could cause a problem if his wife were not resurrected on a specific timetable. No, I don't have to choose. I can use the limit breaker to prove the Tao. Then, gather Ninger's imprints but not immediately revive her. Subsequently, I got to the upper dimension to search for methods to perfectly revive her. He learned from 9 Pillar how vast the world truly vast. So he did not think there would be only one limit breaker. So, no matter what he had to do or how long it took him, he was determined to find what he wanted. After making a plan, Tian suddenly felt his mind open up as if a group of dark clouds had been dispersed after a storm. He felt the world was brighter and had a new sense of purpose. Then, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he began refining the limit breaker to fuse later after he entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Central Qilin Continent, Tao Opening Sect. Wu Hong had a slight frown, thinking deeply about what had just occurred. She tried to rack her memories to find who was peeking at her, but she could not remember him. It was an anomaly that she did not know such a powerful everlasting Empyrean, especially one living in the lower dimension. And Wu Hong did not feel that the reason she did not know him was due to her missing memories. Has this timeline changed so much? Too many things occurred that should not have. The deceiving heaven trial never appeared in the previous timeline. Many of the current heaven chosen were not as powerful as they were. That included Tong Ruobing, Su Shi, and Horfeng Huang. In the previous timeline, Lin Fan and Ji Song survived until the heaven will battle. Forget it. Too many things have changed for me to care. Anyway, the point was to change things for the better. Is something wrong? Asked Wang Wei. No, I just felt someone peeping. Oh, who was it? A very powerful and talented Empyrean. Do you know what he wanted? No, he seemed to be scanning you. Wang Wei nodded. He did not care much since Wu Hong did not indicate he had something to worry about. It's a shame, Wu Hong said with a small sigh. What is it? That person would not survive for long. I think it's a shame such a talented individual died. He must have been excellent if even you have such high praise of him, replied Wang Wei, who suddenly thought of something. An Empyrean just saw us naked. But why did that suddenly arouse me? Am I into exhibitionism? Asked Wang Wei, a little perplexed. Let's test it out, said Wu Hong with a smile. She then waved her hand to change the room into a stadium with people made from illusions watching them. Finally, she got on top of him. Wang Wei looked at the watchers. His eyes lit up before snapping his finger to change the illusion into a modern setting with people and cameras filming them. Then he got down to business. A few days later, Wang Wei left the room, refreshed and happier than ever. He went to brew some tea to further enhance his current happiness. Then he walked toward the main room of the mansion to contact Wang Ju. However, when he took a step, Wang Wei suddenly realized something. He forgot to mention the hooded figure to Wu Hong. I let my guard down, he thought. He was so invested in spending time with her that the hooded figure's power worked on him again. He took a talisman to contact her, but he received no response as she seemed to have already entered deep seclusion. He shook his head before deciding to be even more careful from now. Then, he proceeded with his meeting with Wang Ju. How are things going? Everything is proceeding smoothly as you instructed. We have been keeping an eye on the Alliance and the sea race, but nothing as of yet. What about the old beggar? Did you find him? Unfortunately, no. However, we did receive news of an innate treasure's aura appearing on the eastern continent. Our investigation has suggested that it might have been related to the old beggar. So he succeeded, muttered Wang Wei. Even he could not find the old beggar through divination. You don't have to focus too much on him, he ordered. The old beggar will only be vital after he proves the Tao. And by then, no matter where the latter hides, he will find him. Wang Wei chatted with Wang Ju for a while before dismissing her. Immediately afterward, he received a summon from Li Jun from the trial. Someone wants to see me. God King. After pondering about things and reading the information Li Jun sent to him, Wang Wei decided to return to the trial. Before returning, he first checked on his parents' mortal dust, the sect and other things. He saw someone waiting for him in his mansion after being received adequately with tea and snacks. Young Master Liang, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Wang Wei asked after sitting down. He could tell the person next to him was a clone, but he did not mind the latter's cautiousness. The pleasure is all mine, replied Liang Shixian. I'm sorry for the intrusiveness. I hope I am not bothering you. Not all. I'm always happy to receive guests, added Wang Wei. Then the two had small talks about their thoughts on the trial, the other competitors, and what to expect when the heaven chosen from the upper dimension arrived. Have you heard of the god or divine race? Liang Shixian finally asked with some embarrassment. He thought Wang Wei would ask him about his purpose, and he would use this question to mention his goal. But the latter seemed to really enjoy talking and receiving guests. Of course, Liang Shixian knew that was not true. His competitor likely wanted to dominate the conversation. And since he wanted something, Liang Shixian decided to no longer beat around the bushes. I've heard of the tragedy they suffered at the hands of the absolute beginning emperor. Well, I'm a member of the divine race. I see. How fortunate for your kind. You don't seem surprised. I've had my suspicions when I saw the mutation of your soul was incense-related, Wang Wei replied. But that could have meant I used an incense-based cultivation system. I've met people who use incense, and they have a less pure aura than you. Adding the fact the absolute beginning emperor did not completely eradicate Buddhism, it is not far-fetched that some members of the divine race survived. So, I've had my suspicions about you but could never confirm it until now. Liang Shixian slightly squinted his eyes as he analyzed some information from this brief conversation. He theorized that something in the myriad emperor world affected the absolute beginning magic, thus allowing the divine race to appear again in the world. He previously did not have any proof and was uncertain. But now he was sure the person before him was either responsible or knew something. You are correct. Before our extermination, we used help from the upper dimension to save many of our kind and sealed ourselves until now. We could not appear outside because of the absolute beginning magic, but recently, we realized that some members could leave. I'm guessing the god race now wants your clan member to prove the Tao in some world communities to completely unseal the rest? Wang Wei asked. Correct. I'm curious. What kind of god are you? I'm a second-generation god, so I am the god of river and thunder. But from my cultivation, I'm also the god of soul. Second generation? Wang Wei had never heard this term from the secret archives. It's understandable if you don't know since this term has only recently become popular after the catastrophe, replied Liang Shixian. First-generation gods are the ones born purely from incense and worship. They usually have one attribute or divinity based on the people worshipping them at birth. Meanwhile, second-generation gods are born from two gods mating. They usually inherit both their parents' divinity. Fascinating. Are there any other differences? Yes. First-generation gods have a harder time cultivating laws not related to their divinity. In fact, most of them don't even try, Liang Shixian said with a slight sneer. Second-generation gods are more open-minded, and not overly limited by their divinity. Of course, it is also because it is easier for us to understand foreign laws. And it also helps that we usually have two divinities, making us stronger. I can see the conflict such a division would create. Indeed, replied Liang Shixian. Second-generation gods are way more talented and powerful than first-generation. Nevertheless, the first generations are the ones with most, if not all, of the power. The main reason for this situation was the seal. First-generation gods are the oldest, and many of them survived the annihilation. Second-generation gods did not increase their population to a substantial level until after living in the sealed world. As such, they were younger but with no power. The first generation had many immortal tier powerhouses, but the second generation could not become immortals in the sealed world. The only immortal tier powerhouses they had were the rare second-generation gods that existed before the catastrophe and survived. But many of them are old-fashioned and share similar views as the first generation. Luckily, only second generations could leave the sealed world. And as soon as someone proves the Tao, the power scale will shift to their side. So, why are you telling me all of this? Asked Wang Wei when he realized Liang Shixian did not want to mention the inner conflicts of his race. I need your help with something. Liang Shixian took out a book before handing it to Wang Wei. After inspecting it, the latter read it. What a good idea. How come I never thought of that? It's perfect for my situation, thought Wang Wei. You want to create the fourth path of immortality? Correct. Besides the Emperor path, the Tao path, and the Immortal path, I believe a soul path is also viable. Just like there are immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, I want to create God kings. Interesting. I like the idea, but why are you coming to me? Because I want your help to help me create that path. I've observed your trials. Whether it is the soul or willpower trial, you excel at both of them. I understand why you came to me. I want to know why you didn't create this path on your own. If I could, do you think I would ask you? Of course you could. Based on your work so far, it's obvious you could create this path after proving the Tao. Liang Shixian quieted down for a moment. I don't want to become emperor. Excuse me. It's as you heard, I despise the emperor path. Why do I have to compete like Poison Gus stuck in a cave to be the final winner? I refuse to participate in Heavenly Tao's cruel game. So my goal is to create a path that is above the emperor path. I understand how you feel and admire your conviction. But you understand your actions are futile, right? Said Wang Wei. The endless void is a place dominated by the emperor, to the point of strictly restricting the others. So, even if you create the soul path, no other individuals will be able to become a god king without an emperor's aid, including you. I know. That's why I wanted to use the deceiving heaven longevity art to deceive Heavenly Tao to allow me to become an immortal tier powerhouse. You should understand that this is most likely impossible. Otherwise, this scripture would have been too valuable, and Gu Xian probably would not have survived long. Liang Shixian sighed aloud. I'm aware, but I still choose to become a god king with an emperor's help instead of becoming one myself. Wang Wei shook his head before commenting. No matter what you do, the best outcome is for you to become an insurgent god king capable of killing eternal emperors. In the end, your soul path will probably be between the Tao and immortal path regarding strength. Not necessarily. The way I envisioned it, god kings can create a mortal mansion inside their bodies while also borrowing the grand Tao source's power. Then you are delusional. Heavenly Tao will probably restrict the soul path, making it separate and incompatible with the other paths. The best you could do was create an insurgent technique that allows you to have the power of the other paths. But such a technique would never be universal or a fundamental aspect of the soul path. How is that fair? Asked Liang Shixian with slightly clenched teeth. It is fair. The emperor is technically a combination of the three. Great emperors have powerful souls, can directly control the grand Tao source, and their Tao bodies are immune or have high resistance to most high-level forms of energy. And as long as they understand enough about a particular energy, they can search for it in the source chi space and directly use it. Liang Shixian snorted coldly. I still refuse to be a performative puppet for heavenly Tao. I despise the emperor path, and nothing will change that. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He also did not like how the heaven will operated. However, he understood that sometimes, you must play the game before making the rules. Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao above dictated the rules of the cultivation world. But as long as he becomes powerful enough, he can dictate the rules. Now, if he reaches the top and realizes he cannot surpass these two using their rules, he will then walk his own path. But so far he has not found any evidence that proved such. So there was no need to complicate his cultivation journey or goals because of his displeasure. I did not want to dissuade you. I just wanted to point the truth to you to eliminate certain expectations you might have. Liang Shixian calmed down. I understand. Quick question. Do you have a name for the Tier 11 and Tier 12 realm? Tier 11? Tier 12. The realms after Great Emperor, Tao Ancestor, and Immortal Venerable. Liang Shixian frowned after hearing this. He never thought about these realms far away from him. Although he suspected they existed, he never learned about them. Let's call it God Lord and God Emperor. Good name, I suppose, said Wang Wei. In the Tao language used by all world communities, the character for soul can also be translated as God, depending on the context. And adding Liang Shixian's identity as a god race, it made sense he used such a name. Last question. Aren't you worried I steal your ideas and leave you out? I've observed you, and amongst all the people here you have the least amount of karma. I concluded that you're the type of person who likes to repay his karma, and would not just abandon me. And if I can only blame my lack of ability to judge people. Wang Wei's facial expression did change much. He knew he did not have much karma due to his karma-unbound physique. Nevertheless, Liang Shixian was correct about him. He was a person who paid his debt and also kept his word when not facing an enemy. As such, he did not plan to kill Liang Shixian to swallow all the merit of creating the soul path. Anyway, he would still receive the majority upon completion. The upper-seated players. Wang Wei no longer said anything to Liang Shixian regarding his ideals and goals. He took out the book about the soul path and reread it with greater focus. Liang Shixian did a lot of research on the soul beforehand. He studied incense, different cultivation systems, and spirits. He even traveled to the ghost immortal world, which was a world that focused on cultivating the soul to the point of entirely abandoning the body. From the book, Wang Wei saw that the latter included many studies in the soul path, even suggesting that all god kings abandon their bodies to achieve an immortal soul. Other methods included fusing immortal qi or some other forms of energy with the soul, using a massive amount of incense, cultivating an immortal body before sacrificing it to nourish the soul, and turning it into an immortal soul, and finally, using other resources like the law to elevate the soul to another level. After reading everything carefully, Wang Wei frowned. Why don't you try modeling the soul after an emperor? If a soul has the quality and quantity of an emperor, it will become an immortal soul. I know the easiest way for the soul path to become a reality is to have a great emperor use their grand Tao source to temper a mortal soul. But as I said, I don't want my path to have anything to do with them. And as I said, you will have to rely on them. Yes, but I can reduce the amount of influence they have on my path. Fine, said Wang Wei as he contemplated. He activated all his spirit particles, acting like a supercomputer as he analyzed many things. I think I may have a way that used incense, he said a few minutes later. Really? What is it? Wang Wei did not immediately respond. He took out a highly binding contract before inscribing it with his divine sense. Liang Shixian looked at the contract and hesitated. Since I come to see you, I'll put my faith in your character. There is no need for the contract. I admire your nobility, but we should never mix business with personal beliefs. The contract is for both our peace of mind. Liang Shixian thought it would help their future cooperation, so he agreed. However, after reading the contract he frowned. Why are all the rules about secrecy? They seem a little too harsh. He could not reveal any information, and the rules even involved his memories and soul. The contract would prevent anyone from getting information from him, even if it meant killing him. The method I came with involves some secrets I do not want to get out before I prove the Tao, hence the harshness. If you want to remove these clauses, it's fine. But I won't share the method I came up with you until I prove the Tao. Liang Shixian shook his head as he did not want this. He did not want to wait that long. So he decided to accept the clause and continued reading. Once finished, he added a few clauses as well. Wang Wei had to use other means not involved with the emperor's path, and the final division of merit would be decided based on the ingenuity method he thought of. So, after a few debates and back and forth, the two signed the contract with their souls before taking an oath to their Tao. Finally, Wang Wei told him the method he thought of for the soul path. The required secrecy was because this method involved another one of his plans after becoming emperor that would affect the entire endless void. He did not want the information to leak and cause trouble. With his mouth slightly opened, Liang Shixian looked at him. You're crazy and ambitious. But I'm glad I chose you. He had eyes on both Wang Wei and Chu Luo as his partner, and chose the former after close observation. Chu Luo had an unapproachable vibe that kept most people at a distance. If your plan works, shouldn't there be no need for a great emperor? That's possible but very unlikely. I figured. Afterward, the two discussed the plan's possible success and the division of merit. Once everyone was satisfied with the outcome, Liang Shixian left. He had accomplished his primary goal of coming here. He did not want to leave yet since he still hoped to get his hands on the inheritance despite knowing it was improbable. So he decided to watch to the end to see if there was an opportunity. Time passed, and it was time for the combat aspect of the trial. Wang Wei flew to the plaza and saw two podiums facing each other, with 6 seats. The one on the left with his name on the second seat had the words lower-seated player, while the other had the title upper-seated player. Wang Wei shook his head as he could tell Lord Spirit used these titles to raise contradiction and fighting between these two groups. Without saying much, he sat in his position. Not long afterward, everyone arrived. Chu Luo sat on the first seat, Wang Wei on the second, Ji Langfang on the third, Tong Ruobing on the fourth, Shi Qian on the fifth, and Jingwu Hua on the last. As for the other participants, they sat on the side of the two podiums. Lord Spirit manifested with her eerie smile. I know many of you have been anticipating this moment for some time. As such, I won't waste your time. Let's begin. She pointed her finger to the first seat on the other podium. The number 1 seated player from the upper dimension is Xiao Tiandi, owner of what is considered the best physique for cultivation, the innate Tao source physique. A light beam came from the sky, descending on the first seat. Then a young man dressed in ordinary, almost shabby clothes appeared. He glanced at the other group for a moment before closing his eyes, laying on the chair as if he did not care for anything. Everyone could see dirt and plant leaves on his hair, but he did not seem to mind. These heaven-chosen were speechless, wondering if this man was naturally arrogant or if he genuinely did not care for anything, even his personal appearance. Lord Spirit ignored these people's confusion before continuing. The second-seated player is Sher. She was born with an emperor bones, meaning after she reached the peak of the mortal realm in cultivation, all she has to do is activate her bone, and heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for her to prove the Tao. Moreover, the heaven will is specially created as only she can use it, and give her a 10% chance higher than normal to become an eternal emperor. The participants looked at Lord Spirit, their eyes asking if she was joking, but the silence indicated otherwise. Then one participant stomped his feet on the ground before flying back to his mansion. A few people followed him. The words "this is unfair" could be heard from them, even from a distance. Meanwhile, a young woman appeared in the second seat. She had a blue hanfu and short hair, which was quite surprising to many since only monks or nuns cut their hair. And after Buddhism's destruction, the practice has become less prominent, except in a few martial worlds where it is more common for women to cut their hair. But even then it is still not as commonly seen. Sherulin looked at the opposite team and waved her hand in enthusiasm. However, she quickly realized something and stopped. Instead, she became serious and cupped her hands before bowing slightly to them. The others returned the salute. "The third place goes to Ao Tianyi," said Lord Spirit, one of the most talented younger generation of the primordial dragon race. For those who don't know, primordial dragons are chaos life forms born from pure or orderly chaos chi. They are a race that does not exist in the endless void. A young man dressed in tight white martial clothes appeared, with 2 horns on his head. He looked at the opposing team with disdain before looking at the people next to him. "I understand not being first, but how could I lose to her?" "Didn't I slap you around the last time we met?" said Sherulin with a gentle smile. "I had just shed my scale and was still in a vulnerable state. How does that count?" "You dragons always have an excuse for your defeat," replied Sherulin while shaking her head. She decided not to engage with this prideful idiot. "The 4th place goes to Shishangyan, a member of the celestial race," Lord Spirit announced. However, everyone was confused, including Wang Wei, since they'd never heard of such a race. Ao Tianyi sneered even more after seeing these people's reactions. The Celestials are a unique race born in the source chi space from immortal chi gaining sentience and condensing a body, similar to the spirit race. As such, they have an unparalleled talent for the immortal path. All celestial races are born with an inactive immortal mansion in their bodies. They do not need anyone's help to become immortal venerables. On top of it all, 80% of them who decide to become immortal venerables are insurgents. And that's because their unique immortal mansion can give birth to 4 types of unique immortal chi: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Yellow immortal chi grants them battle prowess on par with third-class emperors. Profound immortal chi corresponds to second class, earth to first class, and the potent heavenly immortal chi grants battle prowess on par with eternal emperors. The participants looked at a beautiful woman with black hair and a long golden robe. Her beauty was unparalleled, on par, if not surpassing Sushur. Not to mention, she had a cold and natural noble aura emanating from her body. Most people did not care about her beauty as they were still shocked at the fact such a powerful race existed. These heaven chosens always knew that heaven and earth were unfair, but they did not think it was to this point. Longevity resources. Shishangyan looked at the shocked expression on these people's faces and mentally shook her head. Although it looked like the celestial race was powerful beyond reason, it was not. In the eternal ascension world, the number of great emperors battle force a faction did not matter. What dictated the authority of any faction was the number of paragons or tier 12 cultivators they had. And in this regard, the celestial race's innate talent did not help because of the fundamental flaw of the immortal path. Just because someone was an insurgent in tier 10, it did not mean they could become one in tier 11 or above. For example, the clan members who cultivated heavenly immortal chi had less than a 5% chance of sublimating it to golden immortal chi on par with regular Empyreans. If they wanted to continue becoming insurgents, they had to be like everyone else and search for rare and unique chis in the source chi space, an inherently dangerous place for them despite being born there. Throughout the history of the celestial race, Many geniuses have tried to elevate the immortal path to a higher level, and it was not just the celestial race, but also many other cultivators. There was a brief period of history where a movement to weaken the emperor path took place. During that time, many heaven-defying geniuses of the immortal path took place, and a few noteworthy people are still remembered to this day. The myriad Chi immortal sovereign, for example. He created a method for his body to hold more than one immortal mansion. His goal was to create 3,800 immortal mansions, a number that symbolized the number of primary Daos in all existence. In each mansion, he refined a unique and powerful insurgent Chi. The myriad Chi immortal sovereign was an unparalleled genius regarding understanding and controlling energy. So, after using countless yuan epochs and an incalculable amount of resources, he built more than 2,000 immortal mansions with unique Chi, becoming an insurgent immortal sovereign capable of killing everlasting Empyreans. Not defeat, but kill. Although he could not erase their existence, he could force them to enter limbo and revive them. However, in one of his battle against an Empyrean, the latter caught him off guard and destroyed hundreds of the immortal mansions inside his body. Although he defeated his enemy, myriad Chi realized the weakness or frailty of the immortal and Tao path. The immortal mansion or inner world was an apparent weakness for them. Meanwhile, the imprint of the emperor path could only be removed by Tao wills and some unique treasures. So myriad Chi sacrificed all his immortal mansions and Chis to temper his body, eventually opening the gate of power and walking on the body path. Another genius of that era was the Heaven Will Immortal King. After acquiring the Heaven Will, he did not become an emperor but spent years analyzing it to fuse it with his immortal mansion and create a unique Chi. The concept of Heaven Will Chi existed long ago, but few people dared to try it. And the ones that did fail. But to everyone's surprise, Heaven Will Immortal King succeeded. The Heaven Will Chi was one of the few Chis that allowed an individual to become an insurgent from Tier 10 to Tier 12. The only downside was cultivation took almost as much time as the Emperor path. The Heaven Will Immortal King could fight and defeat paragons at his peak. Regrettably, he became dissolute with the Immortal path because it did not grant him eternal attributes like the Emperor path. If an immortal king or a Tao ruler died, that's it for them. But an ordinary great emperor, Empyrean, and paragons had so many ways they could revive themselves, not to mention these freaks eternals, everlasting and boundless. After voicing his frustration with the immortal path and his regrets about not using the Heaven Will correctly, the Heaven Will Immortal King left the world to enter primordial chaos and was never seen again. Many people believe he went to find a way for the immortal path to acquire eternal attributes, but most people think he went to prove the Tao in another source chaos world. Shi Shangyan has read the stories of many geniuses similar to these two during the booming era of the immortal path. However, the ending of most of them was not satisfactory. The booming era ended with the conclusion that the immortal path had no future. There was no way for it to rise. However, some people did not give up and went to search for the Source Chi, an energy believed to exist at the core of the Source Chi space. Source Chi was theorized to be the only form of energy capable of creating an insurgent on par with a peak boundless paragon. Regrettably, to this day, only rumors of it appearing in some other chaos worlds are known. As Shi Shangyan thought of that period, she could only sigh to herself. That booming period did a lot to raise the status of the immortal path, but it also ruined it. The Emperor path would not just stay by and watch as the immortal path flourished. They counterattacked. Many great emperors from third to first class began exploring the Source Chi space to discover insurgent Chi and grant them battle prowess above their class. Meanwhile, eternal emperors would also find insurgent Chi similar to the Heaven Immortal Chi. They would understand it and absorb it into their Tao body to become immune to it. As such, an insurgent immortal venerable might defeat an eternal emperor. But in the subsequent encounter, he realized his Chi was useless to the latter, rendering him powerless. This tactic has been normalized now in the eternal ascension world, thus further weakening the immortal path. Because of these hard truths, the celestial race has long focused on the emperor path. Although some factions are die-hard supporters of the immortal path, they no longer have much power. Our next contestant is the Taoist priest Zhang Yuqing, Lord Spirit said. He is the owner of the 22nd heavenly physique, the myriad sword soul physique, and the 5th heavenly physique, the Wuji Tao body. The face of the participants was neutral. They were done with being surprised. Furthermore, a few people have been born with 2 physiques, albeit rare, but it was acceptable. The only thing noticeable about this upcoming person was how high his physique ranked and how powerful the physiques in the upper world were. The Lord Spirit shook his head. You ignorant people. In the upper dimension, having 2 physiques means you can absorb 2 heaven wills and instantly reach cultivation of 40% Grand Tao source. Of course, there is also the possibility for someone only to achieve 10%. Wang Wei's lips twitched, and he was not the only one. Many people did not know how to react. So more people just flew away back to their mansions. Things were getting even more ridiculous. A young Taoist with a very youthful face appeared. He politely bowed to the lower-seated players before bowing to the others and sitting down, not uttering a word. And everyone immediately returned the salute, including the previously arrogant Ao Tianyi. Even Xiao Tiandi opened his eyes and nodded before going to sleep. Wang Wei and the others took notice of this behavior, thus placing even more emphasis on this young Taoist. Wang Wei could even see Lord Spirit looking at the young Taoist with even more respect than the others. The final seated player is Monk Wuzhu, born with the 9 Nirvana heart, a longevity physique. Lord Spirit paused as he realized these people probably didn't know what he was saying. Let me explain. Longevity resources are one of the most precious resources in the upper dimension. They can appear in the form of spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, physiques, pills, etc. Their purpose is to grant immortal cultivators one chance at revival without any cost. For example, once an emperor is killed, they must spend countless yuan epochs reviving themselves. However, if they had consumed a longevity herb, they could instantly resurrect without any resources or time needed. So Monk Wuzhu will have 9 unlimited revivals in his life after proving the Tao. Lord Spirit simplified the incredible power of longevity resources since their classification is too many. For example, some only work for a certain tier. As such, after an emperor becomes an empyrean or paragon, they no longer have the previous revival. Some longevity resources can work for a cultivator from tier 10 to tier 12. Those are extremely rare. Some can only work for lower tiers. For example, a paragon cannot take a longevity resource that only works for tier 10 and 11. Nevertheless, no matter the restriction on the longevity resources, any of them are precious enough to enact wars with thousands of emperors, empyreans, and paragons. Monk Wuzi's 9 Nirvana heart will work for him even after he becomes a paragon. At this point, even Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud. He always believed that fate was unfair, and today he has the final proof. A young man with no hair and 6 dots on his head and forehead appeared before the last seat. Like the young Taoist, he saluted the other sides before saluting his former comrades. And he received the same respect as the Taoist priest. However, Monk Wuji did not appear for long before the sky suddenly changed. Then lightning began to fall on him. Absolute beginning magic, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes, observing how the situation would play out. A mysterious power came from Monk Wuzi's body and blocked the lightning as he watched everything calmly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing seemed to hesitate about something but did not act in the end. A few minutes later, the lightning stopped falling, and Monk Wuji smiled at everyone. Sorry for the disturbance. Then he calmly took his seat. Damn it, thought Wang Wei as he noticed something that made him unhappy. He could already predict that things would get messy, and he would be dragged into something he did not want to. Lower-seated players. Wang Wei could see both Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji glancing in Feng Hing's direction. Although brief, they could not escape his eyes. And immediately, he knew he would get dragged into the fight between Taoism and Buddhism. And since he had the future Buddha scroll, he had already chosen sides. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pondered how to deal with the situation appropriately. If he did not play his card correctly, he might be used as a pawn before being discarded. Now for the introduction of the lower-seated player, Lord Spirit said. First is Chu Luo, the emperor child that wields the outlaw Tao of creation. He is a man who has tempered his will and Tao heart through reincarnation itself. Xiao Tiandi kept his eyes closed, a listless aura emanating from his body. The others, however, looked at Chu Luo. They did not care for his emperor child status. In the upper dimension, blessed children are too common. Although it is a statistical anomaly for immortal creatures to reproduce, there are so many of them, and they have lived for so long that it has become somewhat common. What they cared about was the fact of his outlaw Tao, and the implications of tempering his mind through reincarnation. The second player is the heir of the Tao opening sect, young Master Wang Wei. He is a Tao overlord, creator of his own heavenly physique, and a person of unquantifiable willpower. The man's accomplishment could write a legendary tale. However, his most important quality is his intelligence and ingenuity. I can say without a doubt that he is more intelligent and cunning than all of you here combined. And I mean all of you. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he sensed the eyes full of killing intent on him. He sighed before taking out a cup of freshly brewed tea and casually drinking it, ignoring everyone else. The upper-seated players looked at him with squinted eyes. They knew what it took to be a Tao overlord. In the Eternal Ascension world, outlaws would summon a special area to go through their trial. Cultivators must do so before comprehending and using the outlaw laws. Otherwise, they won't even be able to enter any cultivation stage that requires understanding and using laws. In the summoned area, Heavenly Tao will place them under a perfect illusion that recreates their lives. Then it will use the person's life to scheme against them, and they must find ways to pass the test. If a cultivator failed, the person would not be able to control an outlaw Tao. The main reason for this method was due to how complicated a karmic trial could become. In a world full of emperors, empyreans, and paragons, if Heavenly Tao started to scheme against these people, firstly, no one would pass, and these powerful individuals would never allow such a thing. The trial is of some similar difficulty in both dimensions, so there are a few people who hold the title of Overlord. However, many people wielded outlaws Tao similar to Chu Luo. They usually had to pay the price to control their Taos and have some limits. When it comes to the Overlord title, even a paragon could not help someone else acquire it. As for creating a heavenly physique, some people have succeeded in doing the same in the upper dimension. But their rarity also makes it a great accomplishment. Interesting, thought Sharulan. Everyone knew Tao overlords were extremely powerful, cunning, and tactically minded. But to say this person was more intelligent than all of them combined, she did not believe it. Of course, she also knew that Lord Spirit was just saying these words to rile them up and ensure they fought to their full capability for this trial. What's the point of being intelligent? Strength is all that matters, thought Ao Tianyi. Despite his thoughts, he decided to keep a watch on Wang Wei. He did not want to be schemed against. Shi Shangyan only glanced at him but did not have any reaction. Zhang Yuqing also only politely looked at him with a neutral face. Monk Wuji gave him a smiling nod, and Wang Wei pretended he did not see anything. Meanwhile, the lower-seated players had different reactions. Most of them did not know what a Tao overlord was. However, the intelligent comment got to them, igniting their fighting spirit and desire to prove otherwise. A few intelligent individuals suddenly began to piece some things together. Recently, news of the essential destruction of the demon race from the demon supremacy world has spread throughout other world communities. By calculating the time frame of the incident, they realized it was soon after Yi Tuizi had a conflict with the player from the Myriad Emperor world. And by considering Lord Spirit's insinuation, a few people concluded Wang Wei might have something to do with the downfall of the demon supremacy world. Chu Luo and Tong Ruobing gave Wang Wei an odd look after coming to this conclusion. Ji Lanfang had a powerful intuition as a swordsman, so he felt Wang Wei was definitely involved in what happened in the demon supremacy world. However, Wang Wei ignored them and continued drinking his tea as if he were the only person present. He did not know what these people thought. Even if he knew, he would never admit it. The third seat goes to Ji Lanfang, a pure swordsman with a flawless Tao heart who has entered the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. These so-called geniuses might not be as bad as I believe, thought Ao Tianyi. All pure swordsmen pursue the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. It is the state where a swordsman can overwhelm all laws or concepts with their swords. Many people believe that someone could be referred to as a swordsman by entering this realm before proving the Tao. Otherwise, they are sword users, not swordsmen. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ji Langfang with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes. He also practiced the Tao of the sword, so he would love to battle a fellow swordsman. Fourth place goes to Tong Ruobing, a master of talisman making. She has created an acquired version of the 27th heavenly physique, the Source Rune physique. The upper-seeded players finally began to pay attention as they realized their competitors might not be as simple as they previously believed. The Source Rune physique is considered the best talent for professions like alchemy, talisman, pill refining, and arrays. Any genius with that physique is expected to become a peak powerhouse in these professions, and they could even become masters in all fours. Even if Tong Ruobing has an acquired version of this physique that only worked for talisman, she was a person with a bright future ahead of her, not to mention a worthy opponent. Don't look at me. I did not create the method for this physique. He did, she said, pointing at Wang Wei. I'm only using his idea. You're stealing, not using, replied Wang Wei. Wu Ming offered it to me as a gift, she added. I'm sure that was voluntary. Is something wrong with a lady using her charms to get what she wants? In this patriarchal society, we, weak women, have to do anything necessary to get ahead, said Tong Ruobing with a gentle smile. Wang Wei rolled his eyes as he learned something new about her. Shameless. Meanwhile, these seated players once again looked at Wang Wei with raised eyebrows. All they could think was he might become a problem. Moving on, said Lord Spirit. In fifth place, we have Shi Qian, an immortal child from the light race. Everyone waited for Lord Spirit to continue, but she did not say anything else. She only shrugged her shoulder as there was nothing she could do. In the grand scheme of things, there was nothing remarkable about Shi Qian. Her status as an immortal child was worthless in the eyes of these upper dimensions heaven-chosens. Her status as the light race is valuable since they have a natural affinity for karma, an outlaw Daos. However, this affinity or control of karma had its limits. Lord Spirit believed some other people would be better in that spot. Su Shi or even Liang Shixian, for example. However, he could not arbitrarily change the ranking as he saw fit. Our final seeded player is Miss Jingwu Hua, an emperor offspring and three-legged golden crow that has once suffered a defeat in a previous heaven will battle at the hands of an eternal emperor. However, she sealed herself for countless generations, tempering her willpower in the process to try again. On top of it all, her father left a special reward to ensure she succeeded on the second try. Jingwu Hua looked at Lord Spirit angrily. She did not expect him to bring out her pain and display it to the public. Moreover, she wanted to know how he knew so much. The upper-seeded players paid some attention to Jingwu Hua. They understood how scary some immortals could be once they decided to leave trump cards to their descendants. In the eternal ascension world, it's normal for some mortal who has not started cultivating to suddenly take out a talisman capable of wounding an Empyrean or Tao monarch. It all depends on how pampered their influential parents are. She lost to an eternal emperor? Could it have been the Heaven Devour Emperor? That would make much sense timing-wise, thought Wang Wei. At the same time, he also thought Lord Spirit seemed to know too much, which could be an issue. Lord Spirit, I have some questions, Wang Wei suddenly said, making Lord Spirit's heart jump. She felt things were about to get complicated. Unionized. Young Master Wang Wei, what is your question? Lord Spirit said. What is your purpose in bringing these geniuses from the upper dimension? Lord Spirit frowned. Of course, to test all the participants and choose the best person to inherit the Master's mantle. That's what I thought. So what are you doing to deal with the political ramification of these upper dimension geniuses' existence, and ensure we can do our best for this trial? I'm not following. Alright, let me direct. These people's backgrounds are a problem. How do we know they would not retaliate against us after we defeat them? How are we supposed to fight to the fullest of our abilities if we have to worry about the possible revenge from the upper dimension? The participants looked Lord Spirit, their eyes saying that this was a valid concern. Suddenly, Aotiani snorted coldly. You people think too highly of yourself. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at Lord Spirit. See, if it were not for his background, I would have long used his scale for armor, his muscle for bows, consumed his blood for its vitality, and his flesh for the taste. But now, what can I do? Wang Wei felt an intense killing intent locking him. He ignored him before feigning a shocked look on his face. Oh my God! How stupid of me. I've already offended him. What am I going to do? You should indeed be scared. Do you think the Tao opening sect is what it used to be? Our dragon race can easily slaughter it. You and I both know as long as the name of our two boundless paragon exists, nothing will happen to the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei replied casually, making Aotiani red in embarrassment. He did not think the latter knew so much about the upper dimension. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. He noticed 4 of the upper-seated player react once he mentioned the boundless paragon of the Tao opening sect. However, Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji seemed not to care, as if these titles held no weight against them, no, against their factions. So he took note of this reaction. Wang Wei then looked directly at Lord Spirit. See, all I had to is use a little spiritual hint to make him angry, and he began to threaten me with his background. So, how am I supposed to fight them fairly, knowing they might retaliate? Although the deceiving heaven longevity art is an insurgent technique, and most definitely a longevity scripture, it is not worth risking my life and the possible destruction of my faction. The lower-seated players and other participants quickly analyzed much information. It made sense that this scripture was a longevity resource, hence why even the upper dimension geniuses were interested. Subsequently, the possibility of retaliation was a genuine problem. Logically, it made no sense to risk their life for this trial. You don't have to worry about retaliation, said Shi Shangyan. We have our own pride, and so do the factions behind us. But how do I know of this? Replied Wang Wei. I've only met you today. Young Master Wang Wei, you can be reassured regarding this, said Monk Wuji. You have my words, and the words of Buddhism, that no one will retaliate against you and the others. Monk Wuji, I'm sure Buddhism's reputation is enough to guarantee our protection. But this is the lower dimension. Buddhism has no reputation as a basis for us to judge. And we cannot just go by your words. Monk Wuji frowned, along with the others next to him. Xiao Tiandi still had his eyes closed, while Aotiani was trying extremely hard to control his anger. At the same time, he tried to detect how he was so easily spiritually influenced without noticing. So, what exactly do you want? Said Lord Spirit with slight anger. Tao oath. I want them to swear an oath not to heavenly Tao, but to Grand Tao itself that their faction will not retaliate against us, directly and indirectly. I don't want any loopholes. Nonsense, roared Aotiani. Grand Tao oath was the most restrictive oath. It was one not even paragons could break. Who are you to demand such a thing of us? Said Zhang Yuqing with a sneer. Young Master Wei, it appears your request was too much. Wang Wei sipped his tea calmly. By your response, it seems all of you already plan to get this inheritance by any means, even Fowl's one. This has nothing to do with retaliation, said Sharulin. No cultivator likes to be restricted. And taking an oath for such a trivial matter, it's even worse. Sound like excuses to me. And what will happen if they don't swear? Asked Lord Spirit, staring straight at Wang Wei. Nothing will happen. I won't participate in this trial, but am only one inconsequential individual. Lord Spirit had veins appear on his forehead as he already knew what the latter was planning. And as expected, I will also forfeit, said Chu Luo. Count me in, added Ji Lanfang, who was drinking from his gourd after seeing Wang Wei casually drinking his tea. I will support my fellow countrymen, said Tong Ruobing. Shi Qian hesitated as she did not want to bring trouble to her parents by offending these upper dimensions big shots. However, she agreed reluctantly, thinking how she would become enemies with her fellow lower dimension peers if she did not pick their side. Of course, Jing Wuhua also agreed, followed by the other participants like Su Shi, Feng Heng, Liang Shixian, Hu Feng Huang, etc. See Lord Spirit. With all of us forfeiting, you can choose one of them as an inheritor. Well, they are a better fit if you consider their talents and birthplace. Lord Spirit became quiet. My divination was correct, thought Wang Wei. Gu Xian does not want to give his inheritance to people of the upper dimension for some reason. A few minutes of silence then ensued. Then Lord Spirit said, "You can all dismiss. I will contact you after negotiating the logistic of the current problem." Everyone quietly packed their things before flying to their mansions. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, Wang Wuqing appeared before him. "What you did there was dangerous. And you also revealed yourself to these factions' eyes. It's not as bad as you think. They already noticed me because of the Tao Overlord title. All I did was revealed my intelligence as an overlord. What about your soul? You've revealed yourself with that spiritual hint." I don't believe for a moment that Lord Spirit or Gu Xian could hide the result of these trials from these people. And even the lower dimension participants who were on my side would gladly sell my information. On top of everything, Wang Wei did not think these people would come along. So, they must send people, or have other methods to investigate his information back in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, they will know his soul is unique. Did you observe anything from them? Zhang Yuqing has displayed some hostility towards me, even though he tried very well to hide it. He and Monk Wuji are definitely here because of Feng Heng, and I will probably get dragged into their confrontation. As for the others, they appeared to also be here for another mission besides getting the inheritance. And that mission seemed to involve observing us. Now that you mention it, they seem not to be happy once all you forfeit. Yes. They reacted as if they wanted us to display our strengths and abilities. It appears they want to assess us, but the real question is why? I can't think of anything, but I'm sure you will figure it out, said Wang Wuqing. By the way, what did you mean by what you said about our founding fathers? Didn't I tell you about their disappearance and possible death? No. I think I would have remembered if you had said such an important thing. Wang Wei then remembered he told Wang Wuqing about his encounter with Empyrean Blackheart during his outlaw trial. But he was not detailed in his encounter, so he did not mention he learned of the founder's disappearance. Well, now you know. Don't take something so important so lightly, replied Wang Wuqing with a serious face. It's as I said. Our founders have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. And 2 of them can revive themselves as long as their names remain in the annals of history. So it is only a matter of time before they revive themselves. Even so, I think this the kind of information that the others should know. After saying that, Wang Wuqing left to see Origin 1. Wang Wei shook his head as he also headed back to the sect. He wanted to learn more about Gu Xian as he felt the latter was not simple. He hoped he could gather more information about him and know better how to deal with the upcoming storm. The night of this event, 2 shadows secretly entered different mansions habited by the upper-seated players. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi activated a formation in a secret room inside his mansion. Worldwide Changes Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Daoist for the gift. Tian'er, how are things going? Said a deep voice from the formation. Immediately, Ao Tianyi's arrogant demeanor changed into a more respectful one. Father, this is what happened. Ao Tianyi told everything that had occurred since he arrived. The participants' reactions, what everybody said, what he said, and even some basic analysis of the situation. I guess this should be expected of a Tao overlord. The Wang clan is truly blessed, replied Ao Jing. He could not help but reminisce about what he read of the Wang clan's achievement in the Eternal Ascension world. And if the clan did not break up and even fought in the upper dimension, their accomplishment might have been even higher. Father, what do you think I should do? You might not have a choice but to swear. What? Why? You must accomplish both your mission Euro, especially bringing back the deceiving heaven longevity art. Isn't it just a lowly insurgent technique? Ao Tani then remembered something. Even if it was a longevity technique, is there a need to go through all this trouble Euro, especially since it's probably of the lowest level? Couldn't our dragon race take it from Gu Xian's hand? Ao Jing paused for a moment before sighing. His son was the future leader of the primordial dragon race, so he should start learning the world's secrets and how to deal with them. So he said, "You are correct that this scripture is of the lowest level. However, it has tremendous potential. So the patriarch wants it." Ao Tanayi squinted his eyes. The dragon race's patriarch was one of the 7 ruling paragons of the eternal ascension. So he knew it was a big deal for the latter to want something. So, why didn't the patriarch take it from Gu Xian? Isn't he just a Dao monarch? Gu Xian has disappeared from the face of the world. He is most likely hiding inside the lawless zone, and he's been using a proxy to communicate with us for this trial. On top of everything, he appears not to want anyone in the upper dimension to get their hands on the scripture. So you must get it no matter what. Ao Tianyi frowned even deeper. Father, why does it seem this mission is not as simple as it seems? Why do I have to observe these heaven chosens? He did not understand why he had to gather information on the lower dimension's heaven chosens, focusing on the myriad emperor world. I guess there is no point hiding things from you since you are now involved. Great changes are about to take place in the eternal ascension world. There are rumors of the end of the 2 suns 7 moons era is approaching, and the return of the old era. These rumors have existed ever since the era began. Why would that matter now? Yes, normally, these would just be rumors of a bunch of unsatisfied individuals. However, some changes have taken place recently that have alerted the rulers. What changes? Heavenly Tao has begun to move. It has seal access to the lower dimension. Currently, Empyreans cannot even send in a projection. And with each day, the sealing is becoming more powerful. According to calculation, it's only a matter of time before the 7 rulers can not only interfere in the lower dimension, they might not even be able to see anything from there. Ao Jing did not tell his son that even the 2 supreme rulers might become blind to the ongoings of the lower dimension. Is this why the patriarch sent me on this mission? Yes. The patriarch calculated that the rise of the myriad emperor world might be the cause of heavenly Tao's actions. So he wants you to gather information on the heaven chosens to detect the people responsible for leading this new era. As for the deceiving heaven longevity art, the patriarch deduced the changes of the myriad emperor world might be the prelude to something else. So he wanted another longevity scripture as insurance for the future. I see. So, if Gu Xian wants you to swear the oath, do so. I will, replied Ao Tianyi with slightly gritted teeth. What about Zhang Yuchen and Monk Wuji? Don't get involved in their conflict. They probably have no desire for the inheritance. So, as long as you stay out of their way, there should be no problem. As you wish, father. All right, do your best. Ao Tianyi closed the communication array before heading to rest. But before he reached his destination, he sensed someone outside his mansion. He used his divine sense to determine who it was. Her? Interesting. Then he went to open the door. Zhang Yiqing's mansion. Master, this all that happened, he said to an array. This Wang Wei will be a problem as I expected, said a cold and indifferent voice. You know your mission? Yes, eliminate Feng Heng and prevent him from spreading Buddhism. Act fast as you do not have much time. Is something wrong? Heavenly Tao has begun to revolt against my suppression, and it will not let you stay long in the lower dimension, replied Taoist Supreme Unity. Master, are you all right? Don't worry about me. Just finish your mission. Taoist Supreme Unity replied in his eternal indifferent voice. Then he disconnected the communication. Zhang Yuqing did not mind since he knew his master was always this direct and cold. He was used to it by now. Nevertheless, he was determined to succeed in his mission. He knew his master was in a deadlock with Maitreya Mother Buddha. But if Feng Heng successfully spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, the luck and incense gathered by the Maitreya Buddha might be enough for her to surpass his master. Feng Heng must die. And if that Wang Wei gets in my way, I will also annihilate him. After making a resolution, Zhang Yuqing went to rest. Monk Wuzi's mansion. You know what to do, said a melodious voice. Yes, great Buddha. Remember to use a friendly approach. Don't rush or force things. And if things don't work out, it's okay to let it go. I will, replied Monk Wuji. I know I can count on you. After the communication ended, Monk Wuji bowed to the formation before going to cultivate Sharulan's mansion. She opened the door for someone outside. I did not expect to be receiving guests today. I am sorry for the late intrusion. No problem. Come in, Miss Su, sure, right? That's right. Sharulan led her to the dining room and had her maid serve tea. So, to what do I owe this visit? I wanted to know something and figured I had the highest chance of succeeding by asking you. Oh, and why would I help you? Sharulan asked with a smile. You can ask me whatever you want. Anything. Yes. It seems that desperation has clouded your judgment, commented Sharulan. Very well. Let's see what you want to know first. I want to know how to revive someone that had their existence injured. Did that person die as a mortal? Does that matter? Of course. Yes. Sharulan thought for a moment. Existence wounds are severe even for emperors. However, most eternal emperors can heal their existence injuries by themselves, a few talented ones can heal others, and some extremely talented individuals can even use existence reconstruction. That's when they recreate a person's existence and revive them even after being completely erased from reality. However, such a talent has not appeared in a Sharulan suddenly remembered that peerless empress that incurred fear in the 7 rulers. She might be capable of this. Whoever you want to revive might require only healing their existence. However, since they are mortals and will probably be dead for a long period by the time you prove the Tao, you might need the ability of existence reconstruction. I see, replied Su Shi, deep in thought. She knew she had no choice but to prove the Tao in this generation because the longer she took, the less chance she had to revive her husband. Furthermore, she must be an eternal emperor. Now for my payment, said Sharulan with a mesmerizing smile. Eternal Ascension World, Dragon Nest. A long dragon with beautiful and noble purple scales suddenly opened his eyes. Should I report things now to the Patriarch? Ao Jing did not want to, but he knew he had no choice. The current era was simply terrible. No Tier 12 powerhouses of any path were allowed to exist, forcing him to stay in the Empyrean realm for too long. On top of it all, he was not happy with the situation of the Dragon Clan. In ancient times, there were many tribes of dragons. Azure dragons, primordial dragons, fiend dragons, and so many more. The Dragon Clan was united yet independent, with each tribe having its own autonomy. But now, all dragons had to obey the Patriarch, a blood dragon. If anyone disobeyed him, they would be annihilated. And this is not the only reason Ao Jing did not like the current era. He was born near the very end of the Golden Age, and remembered how prosperous the Eternal Ascension world used to be. But now, with the 7 rulers promoting heaven will emperors instead of Tao emperors, the Eternal Ascension world was weak both regarding its high-end power and low-end ones. If he were not for the 2 supreme rulers, the world would have long been invaded by foreign forces. After thinking about these things, Ao Jing shook his head before heading to report to the Patriarch. He also removed his idea of downplaying some of the information he received. He did not dare to lie to a paragon. Heaven will Emperor. Shi Shangaian's mansion. She also stood before an array and reported the events that occurred in today's events. This is all that happened, Patriarch. Then for a few seconds, there was no response from the other end. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to get the scripture for the ruler. I won't disappoint the effort of the clan. Shi Shangyan knew the importance of this mission simply by the selection process. One of the rulers held a large-scale competition with all the factions underneath her. And Shi Shangyan was the final winner, an act that brought great honor to the Celestial clan as they had the opportunity to display their loyalties to the ruler. You don't need to care about the mission, said the Celestial Patriarch after half a minute of silence. What do you mean? Our clan has decided to revolt against the ruler. We will hide inside the Source Chi space and use some of our foundations to prevent her from finding us. What? Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Everyone knows a new era is coming, and it's time for people to pick a side. And the Celestial clan has chosen the opposite of the rulers. Shi Shangyan did not know what to do as this news was too great for her. She thought she came here to make her clan proud and increase their status in the upper dimension. But now things seem to be getting out of control. What about me? She hurriedly asked, thinking about something horrible. You don't need to worry, the clan did not abandon you. Shi Shangyan sighed in relief. So why am I in the lower dimension? A tremendous amount of destiny and luck is about to gather in the lower dimension with the upcoming new era of the Myriad Emperor world. Many believe the person who started this era will lead the changing age of the upper dimension, or at the very least, play an essential role. Your mission is to use that destiny to your advantage. You can try to steal the destiny from that destined person. Become that destined individual, become their underling, cooperate with them, or whatever you desire. Use your judgment to determine the best course of action. What matter is for the Celestial clan to have their hands on the new era. The luck gathered from his event would ensure our prosperity. Shi Shangyan caressed her temples as she tried to process all the information she had received. She suddenly remembered the gray hair player from the Myriad Emperor world. Somehow, she felt he would play a vital role in this upcoming chaos. I know this is a lot to process so suddenly, but we could not tell you anything before you arrived in the lower dimension. I won't blame you, Patriarch. I know you're doing this for the clan's revival. I'm glad you understand. I don't have much time. As such, I will be quick. You must prove the Tao in the lower dimension, which means you must restart cultivating. Your space ring includes many resources to help you, including a time choice treasure to ensure you have enough time to catch up. You can choose whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. The 7 rulers have sent people to infiltrate there to prove the Tao in this generation, and delay the arrival of the new generation. Delay. They cannot stop the arrival of the new era, but they can infinitely delay it to prolong their reign or better prepare for a high position in the new upcoming era. I see. I know this is a lot, so I won't say much more. One last thing, do not become a Heavenwell Emperor. Although it should be impossible to do so in the lower dimension, anything is possible in the upcoming changes. Shi Shangyan nodded her head. Even if the Patriarch did not say anything, she would not do so. Since she was young, the clan elders have always warned her about becoming a Heavenwell Emperor, because it is an unorthodox method that is nothing but shortcuts. Heavenwell Emperors created something called Tao trees, allowing them to absorb more than one heaven will. The Tao tree allowed them to rapidly reach higher realms of cultivation, and serve as a way to control the grand Tao source. However, the downside is that a Heavenwell Emperor will fall in cultivation realms once someone destroys the Tao tree. Meanwhile, Tao Emperors have to comprehend the grand Tao source slowly. Shi Shangyan would never become a Heavenwell Emperor for many reasons. For example, Heavenwell Emperors cannot become everlasting Empyreans or boundless Paragons. Heavenwell Empyreans do not have the natural ability of Tao Empyreans to create life. Heavenwell Paragons do not need Paragon souls to reach that realm, making them drastically weaker. The only advantage of Heavenwell Emperors is the rapid cultivation, and the ability to sacrifice their heaven wills for a drastic increase in battle prowess. And even then, they only use this technique to be on par with Tao Emperors. All right, I've got to go, said the Celestial Patriarch. It will take a little time for the information of our betrayal to be sent to the lower dimension because of the recent changes. Recent changes? There is no time for that. Just know that access to the lower dimension has become even harder. Always watch your back no matter which Heavenwell world you decide to prove the Tao. The rulers definitely send some spies to cause chaos in the lower dimension. After saying that, the Patriarch ended the conversation. Shi Shangyan suddenly felt very lonely. It was the first time she did not have her clan as backing. Nevertheless, she quickly reined in her emotions to decide her next step. The best course of action would be to run away if the other upper-seated players decided to eliminate her, the traitor. However, the Patriarch told her the information wouldn't reach the trial for some time. Time she could use to get her hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art, and give her some advantage in the upcoming chaos. Let's wait and see, she muttered before resting. Xiao Tiandis Mansion. You have to do your best, said a beautiful female voice. Yes, master, replied Xiao Tiandi with his usual listlessness. This is not the time to have your usual uncaring attitude. The rulers might give you a chance if you can bring back the scripture and the necessary information. Would they really? Or would they dispose of me after I'm no longer useful? Don't be so pessimistic. If they wanted to deal with you, they would have done so long ago. Xiao Tiandi sneered but did not rebuke. This might be the only chance you have. You and I both know this is not true. Maybe previously, but things are changing. The rulers are in desperate need of allies. Yes, allies that are not a threat to them. Enough, roared the female voice. Your mindset is the reason you're in the current state. An opportunity is given to you, but you don't even want to try. Do the mission, bring back the scripture. Otherwise, I will disown and kick you out of the sect. This is your last chance. The female voice then ended the communication. Xiao Tiandi shrugged his shoulder. This was not the first time his master threatened to disown him. And this was not the first time he had disappointed her. Ultimately, she loved and doted on him too much to do it. So he yawned before going to bed. He told his servant not to wake up until the day the competition began as he prepared to sleep for a few days straight. Outside of Shi Ruolin's mansion, Su Shi walked out with slight puzzlement. She did not expect the latter's repayment to be her memories and information of all the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world, and favor she had to repay later. Su Shi was prepared for the conditions to be even worse. Well, a favor is usually the hardest thing to repay, she thought. Although it appeared Shi Ruolin did not ask for much, that was only on the surface. It does not matter. I've got the information I wanted. As long as I become an eternal emperor, I should be able to revive Fener. All I have to do now is find a way to preserve his imprint. Su Shi then became momentarily lost as she remembered her husband. Memories of their happy times flashed across her mind. Fener, I will see you again. Su Shi returned to her mansion, and as soon as she entered, someone appeared next to him. Taoist ever-changing. Why did you go see her? Su Shi frowned before explaining the situation, making Taoist ever-changing sigh out loud. Have you not noticed you are becoming too obsessed with reviving Lin Fan? He's my husband, the love of my life. Yes, but you should not let any obsession take over your mind. What's wrong with obsession? It's a weakness that your enemy can exploit. Su Shi quieted down as she knew this was true. I won't let it become my weakness. Taoist ever-changing sighed again before disappearing. His blatant display of disappointment made Su Shi unhappy for the entire night. Ao Tianyi's mansion. Horfeng Huang from the myriad emperor world, right? He asked over a tea table. That's me. So, what brings you to see me? The Ancestors Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven will Taoist for the gift. I came to make a deal with you, Horfeng Huang said. Oh, I'm listening. I want your source blood. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ao Tianyi's body. All dragons' race are highly particular about their source blood, because of how precious any dragon bloodline is. However, he quickly calmed down. Instinctive reaction. Ao Tianyi explained casually. You do know how precious true dragon bloodline is. So, what do you want to exchange? You can name your price. You can be my woman, said Ao Tianyi with a lascivious smile. If you don't want to exchange, I can live. What's with the reaction? It would be your honor to become my woman. Honor, replied Horfeng Huang with a sneer. I've read about how arrogant you innate life forms are, but I did not think it was even worse than the scriptures described. Innate life forms? You dare compare my noble bloodline with these lowly things? Is there a difference? In the end, the world is ruled by acquired lives. No matter how prideful you are or how much benefit your bloodline gives you, it does not change the fact that acquired lives rule this world. I can guarantee many of my ancestors have hunted your kind in the upper dimension. Ao Tianyi's eyes turned red as he knew she was correct. This truth has been the bane of all races bred by heaven and earth. It did not matter they were the first creatures in existence, and it did not matter they were born noble and more powerful. They were no longer the ruler of the world. Ao Tianyi wanted nothing but to pounce on the person before him. But he remembered where he was and his father's mission. So he took a deep breath to calm down. Meanwhile, Ho Fenghuang secretly sighed in relief. She needed to be assertive and other for the negotiation to be relatively fair. She remembered the argument Wang Wei used in the evening, and theorized their ancient clan still had some backing in the upper dimension in the form of the heaven-opening emperor, the Wang clan's ancestor. And by Ao Tianyi's restraint, her theory was correct. She had made the correct tactic for this negotiation. I hope you take this transaction seriously. Tell me if you don't want to trade, so I don't waste my time. Fine, responded Ao Tianyi, calming down to ponder whether he would make the deal. A few minutes later he said, I agree, but here are my terms. First, I want all the information you have on the trial's participants and the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world. I want the tiniest detail, even something as little as their favorite food. Ho Fenghuang frowned slightly, but she eventually nodded. The second thing I want is a promise. What promise? I won't agree to anything if you don't specify, she added. Ao Tianyi did not immediately answer but took out a mirror, instantly alerting Ho Fenghuang and making her on guard. No need to be worried. I just don't want anyone or anything to listen to our conversation. Then he activated the mirror to block the room and prevent outside forces from spying. Ho Fenghuang remained on guard during the entire process, ready to call upon her Tao protector at any moment. If you can prove the Tao, I want you to be an inactive emperor, Ao Tianyi said casually. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to not accomplish anything as an emperor. You can preach the Tao to repay karma, but there is no need to do anything more for the world. You can stay in the lower dimension for as long as possible before ascending. And during this time, all you have to do is ensure nothing happens in the myriad emperor world. I can't do that, she replied immediately. Why? I think it's a fair deal. I'm carrying the hope of my clan to revive them to the glorious time. Your conditions go against my goal for cultivation. Then there is no deal. Fine by me, replied Ho Fenghuang. Do you think you can easily leave after coming to my home? Ao Tianyi stood up, fully ready for a confrontation. And if you think I came here without being prepared, you're a bigger fool than you appeared during today's introduction. Ao Tianyi clenched his hand as he stared at her. But after seeing her confidence and thinking about his father's words, he decided to be cautious about the success of this mission. So he let her leave. After exiting the mansion, Ho Fenghuang looked back. It seems these geniuses want to interfere in the myriad emperor world's development. After looking for a few seconds, she flew home. She knew things were not over. She wanted that primordial dragon's blood, and was willing to offend him to get it. She did not care about the consequences since this might be the only chance she had at proving the Tao. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei was reading about Gu Xian's life. He lived during the Middle Emperor era. The records described him as a cunning and insidious person who feared death and wanted to become immortal. After failing his Heaven Will battle, he created the deceiving Heaven Longevity art. According to records, Gu Xian lived over 100 million years before exchanging the scripture with an emperor for a Tao seed. After that, he disappeared, most likely ascending to the upper dimension. While Wang Wei analyzed the information he had, he suddenly received a communication talisman from Wang Wuqing. Then he used his sect master token to teleport to a secret realm where Wang Wuqing waited for him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wuqing gave him another token. This will take you to a special place in the sect. Go immediately. What's going on? You were supposed to take a trial once you reached Quasi-Emperor realm before you could go that place, but now, the situation has changed. Wang Wei frowned. Remember, be respectful. Wang Wuqing then disappeared. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand for a moment before activating it. He then found himself in a large place with a pool. In front of the pool were 9 phantoms, 3 in the middle and 6 behind them. The first phantom looked like him. Young, handsome, with long dark hair and bright eyes. He had a gentle and reassuring smile. The one to his right was a beautiful woman with a mole on her chin, a serious face, and eyes sharper than a sword. Wang Wei recognized the one on the right as he saw him in the battle tower. He still remembered that sundering battle intent. Then he glanced at the people at the back. There was a middle-aged man to the far left. Wang Wei could see his muscle despite being a translucent phantom. Next to the muscular man was another middle-aged man, wearing a turtle shell. Wang Wei refused to comment on this person's fashion sense. The person after that was an older man with long white hair and a beard, dressed in red. Somehow, Wang Wei could smell the scent of medicine from him. The fourth person was a young man with golden hair. Righteousness and cruelness perfectly describe his face and demeanor. The fifth person on the back was an ordinary-looking young man. The only way to describe that person was ordinary. He had the kind of face that most people would not notice in a crowd, a very forgettable face. Finally, the sixth person at the back was a lively, beautiful young woman with rainbow-colored eyes. Wang Wei recognized these people since he had to worship them during ancestral worshipping ceremonies he had attended during his childhood. So he immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master Wang Wei has seen the ancestors." "There is no need for formalities," said Qiyuan as he floated next to Wang Wei and helped him. He took a deep look at him. "A 9-extremity foundation? A 4-root as that? Worthy of my descendant." "It would have been better if it was a perfect 5-root foundation," commented Sword Empress. "Give the kid some slack. Achieving such a result in the unorthodox path, and in such a short time is proof of his talent," added the battle maniac. "According to my calculation, there is a 99% chance he has found a way to push it to perfection," said Miscellaneous. "What is with the missing 1%? Asked the Rainbow Emperor. "He is a fateless. Even as a mortal, I have to consider possible deviation." "That makes sense. I've heard many great things about you," said Qiyuan Emperor to change the subject. "I'm glad you inherited my drive for innovation and progress." His eyes twinkled. "I saw how well developed the mortals in our territories are. Your use of construct, your views on education and knowledge, and the notion of advanced mortal civilization are fascinating. I cannot wait for you to spread your ideas throughout the world." "Thank you, Ancestor, for your praise. I have a few questions I wanted to ask." "Brother Qishan, we cannot waste time," suddenly said Battle Maniac. "That's right. Our presence could make the situation worse," added the Sword Empress. "Let's do what we came for and leave." "All right," Qiyuan replied with some sadness. He then looked at Wang Wei seriously. "We will all preach the Tao to you." Teaching about the Tao and a detailed explanation of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. With this process, not only will his understanding of law and Tao reach another level, he won't have to worry about finding methods to break through to the Empyrean and Paragon realm in the future. "Thank you for your guidance." "Let's begin," said Qiyuan with a smile. "9 paragons preaching. I will be the first," said Qiyuan Emperor. Then he waved his hand to manifest 2 cushions. One for him and the other for Wang Wei. The others waited as Qiyuan sat and Wang Wei sat, with the latter closing his eyes. All lives are fundamentally divided into qi, essence, and spirit. The cultivation process can begin by developing any of these aspects. It is a journey of self-discovery and transcendence, breaking the limit of the body, mind, and spirit. Wang Wei did not hesitate to deploy his spirit particles and future Buddha self to improve his comprehension. At the same time, he had all his incarnations comprehend the sermon. Since the incarnations had different lives and experiences, they might understand something he could not. Furthermore, having 10 of them comprehending the same sermon was better than just him. As Wang Wei listened to his ancestors preaching about the Tao, he saw the essence of cultivation rapidly laid out in simple terms before him. Then, the Qiyuan Emperor explained the origin system to him from the body-tempering realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei had to admit there was something unique about seeing the system's creator explain things to him. Even though he had entered the Duyi realm and pushed the origin system beyond its limit, there were many things he did not know or think about regarding it. But now, with its creator explaining it to him, he finally understood. After explaining the origin system to the Quasi-Emperor realm, the Qiyuan Emperor then explained his origin, Tao and his comprehension after proving the Tao. Once he finished, he explained in detail to Wang Wei how to enter the Empyrean and Paragon realm. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of awe and respect. His slight pride after achieving his Tao ancestor's strength was gone as he understood how far he was compared to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He decided to be more humbled as his journey had just begun, and he had a long way to go. Then he checked on the law tree inside his sea of consciousness. He could see it was slowly turning silver. With a smile he said, "Thank you, ancestor." Qiyuan smiled back before condensing a talisman. "This is my gift to you. These were all my thoughts when I created the origin system, including some previous drafts that I eliminated. Maybe it can be beneficial to you." Wang Wei gladly accepted. Qiyuan stood up from his seat to allow the Sword Empress to take the seat. "Kid, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? It would be a shame to waste your talent." "I'm sorry, but I think the swordsman's path is too extreme." Wang Wei was a little embarrassed to be so direct, but that's how he felt. However, he could see the desolate emperor giving him thumbs up in the back. "I figure as much," she replied before condensing a talisman. "This is for your father. It contained my sword Tao. Maybe it can help him." Wang Wei respectfully accepted the gift. "Although I cannot teach you about my sword Tao, I can teach you about the concept of attacks, and swordsmen are the ultimate attackers." Sword Empress then preached her sword Tao, whose primary focus was on slashing heaven and earth. Her entire Tao involved how to properly destroy heavenly Tao, who is the embodiment of myriad Taos. However, her sermon also focused on the best way for a person's attack to reach its maximum potential and go beyond the limit. Wang Wei felt this sermon would benefit him throughout his cultivation journey. Wang Wei opened his eyes, this time full of the sharpness of a swordsman. His ever-changing Tao heart helped him a lot to better comprehend her sermon. Sword Empress nodded her head before giving her spot to Battle Maniac. "Your dream combat technique is ingenious. So, I will use it to help you." Then Wang Wei found himself in a vivid dream. And in that dream he spent eons doing only one thing, fighting. He fought countless races and unique individuals. He learned numerous fighting styles, battle applications, spells, environment analysis, and many other things that could help him increase his odds of winning in battle. Once he opened his eyes, a terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. He felt like a new man as his battle IQ and experience drastically improved. "What a little monster," commented Battle Maniac with a smile. Then he also condensed a talisman. "This is for Li Jun, he's a fine descendant." Wang Wei quickly accepted. Then Ancient Desolate came before him. "I'm glad I've found a true successor for my scripture. Plus, you've pushed beyond its limit." He was very happy with the concept of black holes in the acupoints. This idea perfectly suited his scripture and elevated it to another level. "I will preach to you about my Tao and the true power Tao." Wang Wei closed his eyes before controlling his excitement. He listened attentively, and his law tree rapidly turned silver in the process. He controlled himself to not break through in realms and ensure a solid foundation. Once the sermon finished, Wang Wei were visibly shocked as he learned there was another gate after the Gate of Power called the Gate of Flesh, and Ancient Desolate had opened both of them. However, his lips twitched after he realized the requirement to open, and how difficult it would be to do so in the lower dimension. However, thinking about the reward, he became motivated. He knew he could succeed since this sermon contains so many tricks or methods to temper the flesh, all from the Ancient Desolate's experience. "This is my gift to you," said the Ancient Desolate Emperor before handing Wang Wei a ring. "This contains enough primordial star essence to condense the black holes for all your incarnations." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully placed the ring away. "It's my turn," said Turtleshell. "What I'm going to teach you is the pinnacle of defense. If you can learn 1/10 of my ability, a few things in the universe will be able to kill you." Wang Wei was speechless as he realized another quirk of this ancestor besides his fashion sense: bragging. Then he closed his eyes to listen to the sermon and was truly speechless. Turtle Shell was truly the master of defense. His Tao involved pursuing defense to the extreme, similar to swordsmen. Moreover, the latter also knows how to use arrays, talismans, pills, and weapons for defense. This guy is the very definition of an unkillable cockroach because of his defense, thought Wang Wei after opening his eyes. You just thought of something insulting, didn't you? Of course not, ancestor. This disciple would never do such a thing. Wang Wei replied with a righteous face. I have too much respect to do such a thing. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive. Here is my gift to you. Wang Wei received a book that contained a technique to use his acupoints as a defensive array. This was the idea he had after seeing Tong Ruobing. He did not ask how Turtle Shell knew what he wanted to do. He now understood the power of these people was unfathomable. He was just happy he did not have to waste time creating the method himself. I will teach you about the 5 elements, professions Tao, divination, and yin-yang calculations, said Miscellaneous Emperor. He did not waste time before preaching, and Wang Wei listened attentively. Wang Wei felt his understanding of all the professions deepened. Then he learned a lot about divination, which was his specialty. Yin-yang calculation was the same as divination, but used another system similar to mathematics. Through a diagram made of symbols, a person can calculate all the secrets or knowledge between heaven and earth. Of course, the limitation is based on the user's skills and strengths. The Miscellaneous Emperor taught him how to use both divination and yin-yang calculation to get the information he wanted. Thank you, ancestor, said Wang Wei with a bow. No problem. This is my gift to you. Wang Wei received another talisman which contained a unique formation that could convert innate qi into immortal qi. It was unfortunate he could only use the formation inside his divine sea. Otherwise, it would greatly benefit his future plans. This is another gift for that girl Yan Liling, he added before giving him another talisman. The Hell Judgment took the seat afterward and preached without saying much. In the midst of comprehension, Wang Wei frowned slightly before continuing. He could sense that the Hell Judgment Tao was a unique one that combined good and evil, the soul, and even yin and yang, and other things. After preaching, Hell Judgment asked, "Did you notice?" "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. He realized a flaw on his cultivation path, his soul. Since he had such a powerful soul and never had to worry about cultivating it, he also barely used it in most of his battles. As such, his soul was not used to its full potential. The Hell Judgment pointed out this flaw to him and showed him a path on how to better use his soul. Wang Wei looked at his law tree that had turned silver. He could also sense the soul law added in addition to the 5 elements. Afterward, it was the Shadow Ruler. My Tao is not really suited for you, but hopefully you can learn something from it. The latter preached about Shadow Tao, and when Wang Wei opened his eyes, he had some confusion on his face, but did not immediately ask. This is for you. You are an anomaly, so after proving the Tao, Wang Ju would only inherit 50% of your power. However, she could inherit between 50 to 70% with this method. Wang Wei took the talisman with respect. It's finally my turn, said Rainbow with excitement. I pursue the pinnacle of speed. I can tell you that although I cannot defeat any of my seniors, none of them can catch me if I want to run away. The others' lips twitched slightly as they felt slight shame. She was correct. Wang Wei listened to the sermon with fascination. She taught him to use different methods to increase speed. Whether it was through controlling light, thunder, gravity, bending space-time, or even the concept of the speed of the mind. She used all of them to increase her speed. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei could not help but ask, "Are you also a paragon?" "Of course." Ow. Time-wise, it did not make sense. He could feel that both Rainbow and Shadow Ruler's Tao were on the same level as the others. But these two proved the Tao after the Devil era. He did not understand how they had enough time to become paragon. Rainbow did not answer but looked at Chiyuan. Something happened that we needed more powerful individuals. So we paid the price to call future emperors of the sect to summon them from the future, explained Chiyuan. These two came and became paragons in the past. Did I come? Asked Wang Wei. No, replied Qi Yuan with a smile. We could not summon anyone past the 9th emperor. That's a shame. Not really. It's good you don't have to bear the karma of our failure, replied Qi Yuan with a sigh. A few more things before you leave. Do not kill all the participants before the heaven will battle. I know you have the strength, but don't do it, even secretly. Oh, why? Wang Wei never planned to do so since there would be too many complications. But there seems to be something else. The lower dimension has changed, preventing forces in the upper dimension from intervening, including paragons. The Myriad Emperor world will become the center of an upcoming change. So before that, a son of an era will be chosen. You mean me? Yes. Heavenly Tao will definitely choose you. However, if you kill the other participants, your actions will be seen as an act of weakening the world, thus forfeiting and decreasing your chance of being chosen. Now, I understand you might not care about the title of Son of an Era, but the destiny it provides will benefit you until you become an Empyrean. Don't waste such an opportunity, because of how you feel about Heavenly Tao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. Although he did not like Heavenly Tao, he knew the trial was nothing personal. Furthermore, he could control his emotions and do things he did not like for the sake of benefit. Thank you for your guidance, said Wang Wei before giving these 9 a deep bow. Their help today will benefit him throughout his entire life. Then, Wang Wei left the secret realm. While alone, the Hell Judgment Emperor said, Are you sure he's the one we are waiting for? This kid has too many secrets. He's right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. Forget all the taboo aura on him. I can sense the aura from the prehistoric world from him. And there is a 90% chance he is the reincarnation of the Myriad Devourer. Inextinguishable Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punched Haddock 5 for the gift. Qi Yuan frowned as he remembered some things long ago. The prehistoric world was a unique, normal chaos world floating in primordial chaos. The special aspect of it was no individual could enter, no matter who it was. People could leave the world but not enter. Furthermore, an intense aura of taboo emanated from the prehistoric world. Many people knew one of the 13 taboos was inside, but no one knew what it was and why it was a taboo. As for Myriad Devour, it was also related to the prehistoric word. The entire primordial chaos was in turmoil during the Second Origin battle. Then, a significant world collision occurred. Many source and normal chaos worlds clashed with the prehistoric world. This event was an anomaly that many people believed was artificially created. However, no one cared whether that was the truth because of the benefit of this event. The clash released a large quantity of world essence, a rare resource for people who wanted to cultivate a paragon soul, or Tier 12 soul. Many paragons and other powerful entities fought for the world's essence. Because of this event, many people reached the peak of the paragon realm because of the world essence, including Shadow Ruler and Rainbow. But not long afterward, a creature that was a massive accumulation of paragon soul quantity and quality appeared in primordial chaos. The creature had immense willpower and only used it as a form of battle. It did not have laws, Tao, bloodline, or any spells, just pure willpower and spiritual power. The creature would devour anything weaker than it, including some Tier 10 and 11 fiend gods and even many normal chaos worlds. Regarding strength, the creature was only on par with some of the weakest paragons, and barely at that. However, its willpower granted unimaginable protection. Moreover, a mysterious and mighty power protected the Myriad Devourer whenever someone more powerful tried to harm him. Many people feared the Myriad Devourer was an experiment from the prehistoric world to create the 14th taboo. Luckily, the creature disappeared one day, never showing up again. His past does not matter, said Qi Yuan. What matters is he might be the one to show us the path forward. I agree, said Sword Empress. You're only saying that because of his relationship with Wu Hong, commented Battle Maniac. So, Qi Yuan Emperor looked at Miscellaneous. Go hide all information about him. We don't want these parasites to notice his anomaly and become extreme in their attempt to get rid of him. Miscellaneous frowned before sighing. He looked at Wang Wei, that was flying toward his mansion. With a wave of his mind, he placed an invisible formation on him to hide his taboo auras, his connection to the prehistoric, and even elevated the formation Wu Hong placed on his soul from an Empyrean level to the peak of the Paragon realm. He also left a way for Wang Wei to detect and control the formation once he became a great emperor. Once he was done, Miscellaneous Phantom became even more transparent. "Are you all right?" asked Qiyuan. "I'll survive." Qiyuan then looked at Sword Empress. "How is your situation?" "I've stabilized my injury, but my strength has dropped to the Emperor realm, and it's the weakest third class." "Why do you sound so salty?" commented Battle Maniac. "At least you're alive. Look at us." She ignored him. "I bet she's salty Wu Hong survived with Empyrean strength," said Ancient Desolate with laughter, forcing Sword Empress to stare at him with killing intent. "Don't look at me. She must likely survive because she was both an inextinguishable paragon and a boundless one. If you had listened to me, tempered your body, and opened both gate of power and flesh, you might have been in a better situation." Ancient Desolate never understood why these swordsmen refused to temper their bodies. The sword they loved so much was a metal weapon, a solid and hard object. So, wouldn't it make sense for them to temper their bodies to be like a sword? The very thing they admired and pursued with so much passion? "Don't act up," said Qiyuan, preventing his little sister from throwing a temper tantrum. "Wang Chong is correct. If there is something we've learned in the previous failure, if we want to take that step, we have to ensure our soul, body, and Tao reaches the pinnacle." The others nodded in agreement with him. "Does that mean we have to open both gates?" asked Turtle Shell. "I don't think we have to go to this extreme. As long as we open the gate of power and tempered our body to withstand Paragon strength, we should be all right," added Miscellaneous Emperor. "That makes sense. How are things going?" Qiyuan continued. "I've gathered some resources for your revival, but things are going slow." "What's the issue?" "Time Eater is hunting me down," she said with clenched teeth. "He even cornered me once." The room quieted down before Ancient Desolate started laughing uncontrollably. "That brat you almost killed after he confessed to you is hunting you down? How embarrassing." "Ha ha." Time Eater was a paragon of their era, fascinated by the Sword Empress. However, she despised and almost killed him with her sword after he tried to pester her after a rejection. Unfortunately, he did not participate in the ultimate taboo, and became one of the 7 parasites weakening the world today. "Do you want to die?" said the Sword Empress. But Ancient Desolate did not care nor stop laughing. "I'll kill him after I return to peak strength," she thought. Of course, she knew that would not be so easy, not because of a lack of trying. Ancient Desolate was an inextinguishable paragon, meaning he had all the life savings of a boundless paragon, and even methods the latter did not have. "You wait. I've already taken your advice and started tempering my body. When you revive, I'll take my revenge for all the time you made fun of my weak fleshly body." Ancient Desolate shrugged his shoulder. He always thought she had wasted her potential by now tempering her body. He thought she would have learned her lesson after losing to Wu Hong by one move because of her fleshly body. But no. Instead, she doubled down on cultivating her sword Dao. Luckily, the recent failures made her realize the truth, and his years of advising her to do made the Sword Empress realize the truth. As for getting beaten once they revived, he did not care since he could take it. "Anything else to report?" asked Qiyuan, who was used to these two bickerings. "Supreme Unity found me, but Methreya stopped him." "Methreya? I thought she had joined with the 7 parasites?" asked Battle Maniac. "She's not like that," Sword Empress said. "I don't know why she kept the power balance for so many years, but she must have her reason. I think she's also waiting for someone. Or power changed her," added Hell Judgment with a sneer. "Look what happened to Supreme Unity. Don't say such a stupid thing. I'm afraid it's only because of her that all of us in Limbo have not been hunted down by Supreme Unity." No one commented regarding this. We already knew the method Supreme Unity got was flawed, so it's not surprising that he changed, added Shadow Ruler. "But what about Methreya?" Before leaving, she told me there might be something wrong with her method, but she was willing to take the chance, said Sword Empress with a frown. Do you think we should have settled for a flawed method? Said Rainbow with a slightly lowered voice. After all, we got nothing in the end, and now, our peers have surpassed us. The room quieted down for a moment before Chiyuan said, We made a choice and should live with it. You don't have any regret? Asked Turtleshell. No, because I see hope. You mean the kid? Do you really think he could show us the way forward? Chiyuan was quiet as he looked at Wang Wei in the distance. In the Chaos universe, we know 2 people have succeeded. And he can be the third. And as long as he succeeds, we can learn from him and succeed as well. If he fails, we will start the 3rd battle of origin and try again. After that, the 9 disappeared as if they had never existed. It was rare for them to appear in the lower dimension without being detected by Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, they also could not stay for long. Battle Tower. Wang Wei had just finished fighting a 6-leaf immortal venerable. He lost, but he did not mind. After the sermon, his main body reached peak 4-leaf strength. With his battle experience, he can survive for dozens of years in a battle with 5-leaf, and a few days with 6-leaf. After checking his strength, he left the tower. 90,000 years passed inside that secret room, but only a few hours passed outside. Wang Wei guessed it had something to do with the pool behind his ancestors. Then, he sent the gifts to Li Jun and Yan Liling before continuing to look for information on Gu Xian. Regrettably, not long afterward, he received the notice someone had come to see him from the trial. Discussion. Wang Wei teleported to his mansion, where he saw a maid waiting for him. She immediately bowed to him before notifying him of the visitor's identity. Wang Wei then frowned before entering the guest room. He saw a shave-headed monk sitting in the cross-legged position with a pot of tea and vegetable meal before him. Wang Wei walked to the table and waved his hand to make it disappear along with the drink and food. Young Master Wei, I'm sorry for the late-night inconvenience, said Monk Wuji, not minding the latter's rudeness. Monk, I don't care for your flowery words. State your purpose. Benefactor, what is the hostility? Have I done anything to harm you? If so, tell me and I will gladly apologize, said Monk Wuji with the utmost sincerity. If you were about to be dragged into something you did not want to, you would also feel as I did, replied Wang Wei. Benefactor, you should not see it as dragging. Everyone is bound by their actions and decisions, so everyone must pay their karma. You're right. But there is a difference between willingly paying it and being forced to do so. You have free will, Benefactor. So, no one can force you to do anything. Do you genuinely believe that? Asked Wang Wei, staring deep into the monk's eyes. Does your word have weight? Or are you just spewing nonsense to get what you want? Monk Wizzy began to sweat secretly after hearing this question. He could see an invisible karmic balance dangling above his head. The balance prevented would determine his fate based on his reaction. If he lies, he will receive a backlash for lying and allowing his words to have no weight or significance. And if he told the truth, he would enter into a binding agreement where Wang Wei could decide not to intervene in the upcoming conflict and choose when to pay his karma. As such, Monk Wuji felt like a few seconds was like an eternity. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he recited some scriptures in his mind to calm down. I mean every word I said. As soon as he said these words, he sensed the balance disappearing, and the weight of the world vanished from his shoulder. Monk Wuji also learned a valuable lesson from this encounter. Always minding his words before a karma master. Otherwise, they will be used against you. Is that so? In that case, I'm sorry for my rude behavior. It seems I misjudged your character, said Wang Wei, before returning the previously disappearing table, this time with even more food. This is one of the specialty dishes I've prepared specially for you. I'd like to think you've never eaten this before, but I could be wrong. So enjoy. Monk Wuji wanted to reject the offer. After all, as someone from the upper dimension, what great and unique food he had not tested. Especially for a man of his status. However, after smelling the unique fragrance of the meal, he decided not to be rude as a guest. So he took a bite, and the taste was heavenly. That's the only way he could describe it. Although the ingredients were not nearly as good as the ones he was used to, the combination, the spices, and the techniques used for the preparation were sublime. Furthermore, he had never tested this recipe before. Monk Wuji then enjoyed himself. The only downgrade to the meal was the tea, as he considered it subpar. However, after taking out his tea, everything was perfect. Wang Wei had to admit his tea was nothing compared to the upper dimension. So after exchanging the meal's recipe for some more tea, the two got along as they talked over the dinner. And when they finished a few hours later, they finally got to business. Little Wuji, what brings you to see me today? The monk was now used to the latter's shamelessness. He did not even care when his seniority was reduced to a younger brother despite being older than the latter, by a few 100,000 years. I need your help keeping Feng Heng safe. I guess it would be related to him. Wang Wei replied casually. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing wants to eradicate him? Yes, and I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot directly help you, said Wang Wei. If you are worried about picking a side, I don't think you have much choice. I'm fully aware of this. But there is a difference between active and passive participants. So you can help me but not directly, reiterated Monk Wuji. So, how do you plan to help? I can promise to help spread Buddhism in the lower dimension. And if something happens to Feng Heng, I will officially take his place after proving the Tao. You can give me an honorary Buddha title, or something to help me better lead the faction. Monk Wuji pondered for a moment. He did not mind giving the latter an honorary title to lead the lower dimension Buddhism sect. He also did not mind the latter being the leader and controlling Buddhism in the lower dimension. Ultimately, he still had to ascend. And no matter what he did, the genuine leader of Buddhism will always be his master, Maitreya Mother Buddha. He only had one problem. Feng Heng cannot die. Oh, why is that? He is the key to breaking the absolute beginning magic. Once he dies, everything will go wrong. That's not an issue. After I have proven the Tao, I will break the absolute beginning magic. It does not matter. Feng Heng cannot die. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered some of the history lessons from Earth. After Buddhism arrived on the mainland from India, Taoism reinvented itself and included many concepts of Buddhism into its philosophies. And Buddhism was also reorganized to be more suited to the time and the ancient culture. Now, something similar was occurring in this world. Feng Heng's Neo-Buddhism was deeply ingrained with Taoist ideologies. Furthermore, he connected their Qi luck, making his new sect extremely precious. Once it spreads throughout the lower and upper dimensions, it will bring a fatal blow to Taoism. And as the linchpin of this new faction, Feng Heng's value was incalculable. I would not be surprised if the upper dimension prepared an alternative method for him to prove the Tao and become emperor. This idea was not too far-fetched if he could devise alternate methods to make someone a great emperor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, How powerful are you and Zhang Yanqing? Monk Wuji did not answer. I know this is a sensitive topic, but I need to gauge your level of strength to determine if I'm getting over my head. After pondering for a moment, the monk decided to be honest. I have 7-leaf immortal venerable strength, and Zhang Yuqing has peak 7-leaf to 8-leaf. 7-leaf? The only way to achieve such strength is through the 9 extremity foundation. Did you too fail your foundation establishment process? Monk Wuji smiled wryly. There were some complications. Wang Wei could guess what the complications were. These two's masters intervened in their process of setting up the 9 extremity foundation, leading to their failures. I have another question, asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. How do you know I have a 9 extremity foundation? What do you mean? The knowledge about 9 extremity is scarce in the lower dimension. Yet, you were not surprised when I mentioned the name. Monk Wuji became quiet. Wang Wei did not think the latter thought he was simply knowledgeable. Did your master tell you about me? That's correct. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing also knows? My master has done her best to hide your information. However, there is a high chance he knows or guessed something. But I'm not sure. Wang Wei frowned. His ancestors told him about the upper dimension's 7 rulers and 2 supreme rulers. They also hinted that these two might have transcended the Paragon realm. The Sword Empress even hinted that he should not be too reliant on Wu Hong since she cannot protect herself from these two, let alone protect him. It seems like I owe Mithriya Buddha more karma than I thought Wang Wei, relieved for the protection and annoyed at being entangled so soon with all these almighty entities. What about Xiao Tiandi? How powerful is he? Did he succeed in the 9-Extremity Foundation? From what I know, he did not even try it. Why? I do not know, replied the monk. He only knew it was a great sensation when the innate Tao Source physique owner did not try to establish the best foundation for cultivation. So you two are stronger than him? Well, not necessarily, replied the monk with slight embarrassment. Xiao Tiandi only has 6 leaf strength. However, he has mastered many secrets techniques that could elevate his power to 9 leaf and beyond. I'm sure you two have similar methods. It's not the same, replied the monk. He has mastered so many of them that it's unnatural. Furthermore, those secret techniques usually have a price to pay, but also mastered other secret techniques that negated the price. The monk smiled wryly, lost in thought. There is also a high chance he knows a secret technique that can nullify his opponent's secret technique. And if he does not, he can analyze and create one during battle. Anyway, we have never beaten him in battle. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.